Rabbal Alamin, berikan kemudahan dan kelancaran atas proses kegiatan yang kami lakukan pada pagi hari ini. Berkahi acara kami pagi hari ini ya Tuhan, ya Rabbal Alamin. Allahumma ya mujibas sa'ilin, berikan kelancaran atas proses yang kami lakukan pada hari ini. Berikan kemudahan dan kelancaran seluruh kegiatan-kegiatan rangkaian acara kami dari awal sampai akhir nantinya. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The third step on the following agenda are speeches. The first is welcoming speech from the head of committee, Mr. Slamet Munawar. Mr. Slamet Munawar, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nahmaduhu wa nusallim ala rasulil karim, amma ba'du. Mohon maaf semua Bapak Ibu semuanya ya. Saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia saja, udah lama nggak bahasa Inggris ini. Nanti salah malu saya. Udah lama, udah hampir 2 tahun lebih nggak pernah belajar lagi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang terhormat kepada Bapak Kadis Pora yang dalam hal ini yang mewakili, kepada yang terhormat Ketua Dpd Knpi Kota Batam, dalam hal ini diwakili Pak Sekretaris, Pak Askarmen dan Pak Bendum, Pak Indra, kemudian kepada seluruh kawan-kawan panitia, kemudian yang terhormat juga kepada Dewan Juri kita yang hadir pada pagi hari ini dan seluruh peserta kegiatan kita pada pagi hari ini. Terkait dengan kegiatan ini, mohon maaf saya mewakili Ketua Panitia Pak Adi Prianto yang dalam hal ini ada halangan mendadak sehingga saya disuruh beliau untuk mewakili. Kemudian selanjutnya saya juga mohon maaf Pak Sekjen. Sebenarnya tadi saya itu mau kuliah sebenarnya Pak. Makanya nggak pakai jas KNPI. Tadi telepon Pak Adi suruh hadir, yaudah kita hadir dulu. Mudah-mudahan nanti kita bisa lanjutkan. Saya mewakili beliau akan menyampaikan beberapa hal terkait dengan kegiatan kita pada pagi hari ini. Yang pertama, jumlah tim yang akan berlomba sebanyak 8 tim, satu tim ada 2 orang. Kemudian untuk juri kita yang kita libatkan ada sekitar 5 orang. Ini semua dari kalangan akademisi, baik dari UIB ataupun dari dosen-dosen yang lain sebagainya yang ada di Kota Batam. Terkait dengan juri, insya Allah kredibilitasnya sudah tidak perlu dipertanyakan lagi. Terkait dengan technical meeting kemarin sudah dilaksanakan, jadi seluruh peserta harapan kami semua sudah memahami rule-nya, clue-nya, sehingga ketika nanti dilaksanakan meminimaliskan sebuah komplain dan sebagainya. Walaupun dalam pelaksanaannya mungkin banyak sekali kekurangannya, kami dari panitia mewakili ketua panitia mohon dimaafkan karena kondisi kita betul-betul luar biasa mendesak dan mendadak. Apapun yang kita kerjakan ini adalah untuk kebaikan kita bersama. Bagaimana ada sinergi antara Dpd Knpi dengan generasi muda ke depan, terutama kawan-kawan semua yang masih mahasiswa. Sehingga kedepannya antara Knpi dengan mahasiswa di berbagai lini universitas akan terus dijaga. Kemudian terkait dengan masalah hadiah, nanti dari tim juri ataupun tim LOC-nya akan merangkan. Untuk masalah sertifikat, insya Allah kawan-kawan semua yang hadir pada hari ini nanti kita akan kasihkan sertifikat yang digunakan ke depannya untuk proses pendidikan yang lebih lanjut, baik itu dosen ataupun dari mahasiswanya. Terkait dengan kekurangannya, banyak sekali kekurangan yang dilaksanakan. Terkait dengan kegiatan ini harapannya tidak mengurangi semangat kita untuk membangkitkan bagaimana kebiasaan kita berbahasa Inggris. Jadi saya juga malu sebenarnya ini karena udah lama juga. Biasanya kita cari kepean dulu Bapak Ibu semuanya. Kalau mau baca kan ini gak ada kepean langsung ditembak mau tak mau kan harus kita sampaikan juga. Mohon maaf atas segala kekurangannya dari saya mewakili panitia, cukup sekian. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The fourth agenda is honorable to second speech will be delivered by Mr. Askar Min Harun, the General Secretary Regional Board of Director Indonesian Youth National Committee, Batam City, General Secretary Dpd Knpi Kota Batam. Mr. Askar Min Harun, please, time is yours.
Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, ya menjelang siang. Pada hari ini kurang lebih 10 menit lagi, ya pukul 10. Ya, saya selaku sekretaris KNPI juga mohon maaf atas kemunduran acara kita pada hari ini karena ada satu hal dan lain hal. Ya. Kemudian yang kami hormati Bapak Kadispora dalam hal ini diwakili oleh Pak Kabid Bidang Olahraga Pak Suarto sudah ada di tengah-tengah kita. Terima kasih atas kesempatannya meluangkan waktu untuk membuka acara KNPI pada hari ini mewakili pemerintah Kota Batam. Kemudian yang saya hormati pula jajaran pengurus KNPI yang hadir, ya ini semua termasuk panitia ya yang bahu-membahu dari beberapa hari ini untuk menyiapkan kegiatan debat ya setingkat mahasiswa sekota Batam. Pada kesempatannya saya ucapkan terima kasih banyak ya atas kerja keras kawan-kawan panitia, kemudian juga juri ya yang selama ini juga sudah sering technical meeting terkait dengan kegiatan-kegiatan ini. Dan juga yang saya banggakan adik-adik mahasiswa sekota Batam ya, yang menjadi peserta pada kegiatan kita hari ini. Laporan panitia itu ada 8 tim. Ya, saya ucapkan selamat berkompetisi ya dalam hal debat ya bahasa Inggris yang kita KNPI laksanakan pada hari ini. Ya. Jadi sebenarnya kegiatan ini sudah pernah kita lakukan juga di 2 tahun lalu ya pasca sebelum pandemi itu kita lakukan debat bahasa Inggris tingkat pelajar sekota Batam ya tingkat SMA, SLT sekota Batam. Ya jadi segmen kita KNPI itu juga merambah sampai ke tingkat pelajar. Ya. Kemudian di tahun ini kita sepakati untuk setingkat mahasiswa sekota Batam. artinya juga kita juga merambah juga tingkatan mahasiswa. Karena pelajar dan mahasiswa itu adalah bagian daripada pemuda. Ya, jadi KNPI itu tidak hanya menaungi organisasi kepemudaan yang ada di bawah KNPI, ya, ada sekitar 90 organisasi kepemudaan yang bernaung di KNPI, tetapi juga siapapun itu yang berkaitan dengan kepemudaan, pelajar dan mahasiswa tentu juga kita fasilitasi untuk berkegiatan, semuanya punya hak yang sama, sehingga itulah bisa kita lakukan kegiatan-kegiatan seperti saat ini. Ya. Intinya bahwa kegiatan KNPI dapat saya laporkan sudah banyak kegiatan-kegiatan yang positif, ya, yang merambah ke semua aspek, ya, baik itu sosial, budaya, kemudian juga aspek sosialisasi politik. Ya, itu kita lakukan agar pemuda-pemuda yang ada di Kota Batam itu kedepannya, ya, itu mampu bersinergi untuk bagaimana kita menyiapkan diri kita membangun Kota Batam yang kita cintai ini. Kembali kepada kegiatan hari ini juga adalah salah satu bentuk, ya, keinginan kita KNPI khususnya itu ingin bahwa pelajar-pelajar yang ada di Kota Batam juga memiliki keahlian-keahlian debat yang bagus, ya, dalam banyak situasi dan persoalan nanti yang didebatkan, ya, terkait apa-apa itu, ya. Tujuannya tidak lain dan tidak bukan, ya, adalah agar kita semua mampu untuk berkompetisi di tingkatan internasional, tidak hanya di tingkatan nasional. Apalagi kita yang langsung berdekatan dengan negara tetangga, itu sudah otomatis tuh, ya. Saya pribadi ini harusnya berpidato bahasa Inggris nih, ya, karena debat bahasa Inggris. Cuman itu, ya, keterbatasan, ya, dalam hal terkait dengan bahasa Inggris ini, ya. Makanya saya berharap adik-adik semua jauh lebih canggih, ya, dalam hal bahasa dibandingkan kami, ya, yang sudah terlanjur nih, ya, tapi masih terus belajar, ya. Saya juga masih terus belajar dan juga harus bisa, ya, walaupun katanya sudah terlambat, tapi tidak ada kata terlambat untuk belajar. Intinya bahwa selamat datang di Aula Dispora ini, di Aula Pemuda ini. Selamat datang para tim debat bahasa Inggris, ya. Terima kasih juga untuk para juri yang nantinya akan memberikan penilaian-penilaian. Saya yakin bahwa penilaian-penilaian para juri nantinya itu adalah penilaian-penilaian yang objektif, ya. Penilaian-penilaian yang juga berdasarkan apa-apa yang dinilai pada hari ini. Tentu ada standar aturannya. Saya yakin semuanya akan bekerja dengan profesional. Jadi para peserta jangan khawatir terkait dengan itu. Mungkin itu yang bisa saya sampaikan, ya. Terakhir satu lagi saya sampaikan bahwa Ketua KNPI Kota Batam, Bung Tedinu, ya, kebetulan lagi ada agenda kegiatan di luar kota. Saya mewakili beliau pada hari ini dan beliau mengucapkan salam buat seluruh peserta yang hadir pada hari ini. Ya, mungkin itu yang bisa saya sampaikan. Cukup sekian dan terima kasih. Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
What an enlightening speech. Thank you very much for Mr. Askar Min Harun. The fifth agenda, Excellencies audience, ladies and gentlemen, is our honor to have the Head of Youth and Sport Department, Mr. Suharto, Kabid Olahraga, to deliver the speech. Mr. Suharto, please, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Sebelumnya kami mengucapkan permohonan maaf dari Bapak Kepala Dinas Pemuda dan Olahraga tidak dapat hadir pada kesempatan pagi hari ini. Tapi dengan ketidakhadiran beliau tidak mengurangi rasa hikmat daripada kegiatan kita pagi hari ini. Yang pertama kami ucapkan yang terhormat Bapak Ketua KNPI yang dalam hal ini diwakili oleh Sekretaris KNPI Bapak Askan, dan yang terhormat Bapak para juri, dan yang terhormat juga kepada segenap panitia kegiatan acara lomba English Debat Competition yang pagi hari ini mungkin kami rasakan cukup semangat dan ceria-ceria. Kami dari pemerintah Kota Batam sangat mendukung kegiatan seperti ini, Pak. Yang mana seperti kita ketahui juga, pimpinan kita dalam hal ini Bapak Wali Kota dan Pak Wakil Wali Kota, salah satu misinya adalah menjadikan Kota Batam ini adalah sebagai kota yang modern. Ya. Kalau kita amati daripada misi tersebut, untuk mencapai modern itu kita harus siap untuk menerima atau menjadi tuan rumah yang baik. Dalam hal ini kita tidak luput dari dalam hal kompetisi dalam lapangan pekerjaan yang nantinya itu akan mau nggak mau kita akan ada namanya globalisasi. Untuk globalisasi tersebut kita harus menyiapkan diri dalam hal ini, yaitu salah satunya adalah kita dalam kecakapan dalam berbahasa Inggris. Momen ini, lomba ini adalah suatu langkah atau suatu kesempatan bagi kita untuk melakukan atau mengasah dalam kita berbahasa Inggris, khususnya bagi para mahasiswa ataupun bagi para pemuda, terutama pemuda-pemuda atau pemuda dan pemudi Kota Batam, yang dalam hal ini KNPI merupakan suatu wadah untuk menjadi koordinasi atau mengkomunikasikan pemuda-pemuda yang ada di Kota Batam ini. Jadi seperti kita ketahui sendiri bahwasanya kami sendiri merasakan hal itu akan pentingnya berbahasa Inggris ini dalam kesempatan kita, kehidupan kita sehari-hari, baik dalam hal segi dari lapangan pekerjaan maupun dalam hal pergaulan. Hal ini saya rasakan sendiri pada saat kami menyelesaikan sekolah atau perkuliahan, akan pentingnya berbahasa ini. Nah, di mana-mana dalam kesempatan kita, terutama bagi mahasiswa yang mungkin nantinya akan selesai menamatkan pendidikannya, ada mungkin yang akan mencari pekerjaan atau membuka lapangan usaha sendiri, itu akan dirasakan bagaimana pentingnya berbahasa Inggris, terutama dalam berkomunikasi. Nah, di mana-mana itu akan dibutuhkan karena bahasa Inggris ini adalah merupakan bahasa internasional. Itu yang mungkin pokok-pokok yang kami ini kan. Tapi pada intinya pemerintah Kota Batam melalui melalui KNPI merupakan mitra daripada pemerintah. Jadi kami beberapa kali mengikuti kegiatan KNPI, terutama KNPI Kota Batam ini cukup baik dalam hal mengakomodir kegiatan baik dari segi mahasiswa maupun pemuda lainnya, baik dari segi pendidikan maupun dari kewirausahaan. Untuk itu kami mohon beri aplaus kepada KNPI Kota Batam. Jadi saya rasa tidak memperlambat waktu karena hari juga sudah jam 10, ini kegiatan mungkin apa. Cuman yang kami sarankan, kami arahkan supaya para peserta mengikuti kegiatan ini dengan antusias dan semangat yang yang baik dan untuk saling berkomunikasi, terutama kita saling silaturahmi, itu yang penting. Jadi sesama kampus atau sesama universitas yang ada di Kota Batam ini saling mengenal dan saling nanti pada akhirnya akan saling membantu dalam hal segala hal. Jadi untuk itu kami rasa cukup sekian pengarahan ataupun apa kami pada pagi hari ini. Dengan ini kami menyatakan bahwasannya English Debate Competition pagi hari ini tanggal 20 November tahun 2021 dengan resmi dinyatakan dibuka. Demikian kami sampaikan, dengan kami akhiri dengan wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thanks, interesting speech from Mr. Suharto. Dear audience, ladies and gentlemen, as we have finished our opening to leave the next station, I would like to invite Mr. Adrian Sasinaga as moderator. On behalf of Master Ceremony, I'm Eko Sri Mauludinawati. I'm sorry if there are many shortcomings and mistakes. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, terima kasih kepada Pak Kabid dan juga seluruh panitia dan juga pengurus KNPI Kota Batam. Baik peserta yang sama-sama kita banggakan, nanti setelah ini kita kopi break sebentar 5 menit dan nanti panitia akan membantu untuk menyediakan tempat di panggung kita dan kita kasih teman-teman peserta untuk break sebentar 5 menit untuk mempersiapkan time-nya, mempersiapkan waktunya, nanti sambil tunggu teman-teman panitia menyiapkan di meja di depan. Demikian dari kami, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Boleh dibantu musik, Pak? Biar tidak terlalu ini kita ya, ada musiknya.
Yes? Okay, so still having a little bit of preparation. So I'm going to mention first the three people who will be sitting in front to be the judge or the adjudicator for today's debate. The very first one, she would like to be called as KNG. Okay, she is the chair adjudicator. Okay, we have assistant adjudicators. So the first one is Mr. Lasmi Oyong. The second is, okay, welcome sir. Okay, Mr. M. Darwin. And then we also have Mr. Hendra Nugraha. Okay, so these adjudicators will later on take turns in every round. And I myself, I'm going to be the N1 for every round. Okay, as for the rules, I believe everything has already been mentioned yesterday in the technical meeting. So if there are other questions, I think the participants or whoever wants to, who still wanted to ask the question, you can ask now before we. So anything? If there are still things to question, you can please ask now before we session. Can we start? Yes. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's okay. So later on, after we draw. Okay, draw and release the motion. Later on for the case buildings, case building sessions, for each case building session, the participants, the groups will be given 15 minutes, and you may take or do the case building in any location of this building. But within 15 minutes, you would have to be here again. Okay, and take your positions later on after we draw which team to be in the first round. Is that clear? Okay. Any additional things from the adjudicators?
I would like to reiterate no written materials, no cell phones, no electronics, okay, to keep everything fair and square. Any questions? Any questions?
Okay. Okay. Can we start the draw?
This house would allow
Dear distinguished delegates,
Sorry, di podium.
dear distinguished delegates, Di- dear distinguished delegates, we will talk about this House will abolish statute of limitation for heinous crime. But beforehand, we want to mention about what is statute of limitation. Statute of limitation is where someone is being jailed and they have time on it. When they are jailed, for example, we know there is some cases about the statute of limitation. One of the example is the cases of murder. In Indonesia, we know that there is a case of murder and they only stopped by 6 to 7 years and they got a jailbreak. We know that that is the statute of limitation. Why we would believe that why this House will abolish statute of limitation for heinous crime. For heinous crime itself, we know what is heinous crime. Heinous crime is like rape and then assault, murder, and everything like that. We know that it's really a wicked things to do, a wicked crime. And maybe everyone will say, maybe the opposition will say about, everyone say they might change after they got a jailbreak, they might change. Everyone say they might change and it will be like, they will change, everything will change. They already have some interrogation, they already passed some times and they already got out, so they might be having a good positive things in their mind. But we didn't know, will they stop or will they continue on assaulting them? We never know what they are thinking. We also already interrogating them. We already have 7 years and give them a rehabilitation to them, but we didn't know what they are thinking. Maybe after they got a jailbreak out, if after we gave them a jailbreak out of 7 years, for example, we didn't know if they already forgot of what they already doing. They already forgot like the victim and everything. They already forgot about it. They might be acting up on them. They are skilled on initiating on everything. They are skilled, and this heinous crime need to be like the statute of limitation on this need to be abolished. For example, the case of the jogger in Japan. We know that case. And we think that if we give a statute of limitation, if we give that perpetrator like for 7 years and they got a jailbreak, just think about it. Will they got positive mindset after they got out? Of course not. We didn't know what they are thinking. They are maybe changing, but they are good at acting, and their neighbor may think about, wow, he is a good people. Oh, she is really becoming a great person right now. But we didn't know what they are thinking. They might be thinking about, okay, I will be acting up as a good people, but maybe I will be changing my key point of the clues, or maybe kill or murder clues later on. And that's why this heinous crime this status of limitation need to be abolished, especially in the heinous crime itself. We didn't know after that which one of the family will be assaulted, which one of the victim that will be the next victim of the perpetrator. So that's all from us. Thank you.
To open the case of opposition, I would like to welcome leader of opposition. Place and time is yours.
In status quo, heinous crime is keep increasing, ladies and gentlemen. Hereby we state that the criminal justice system will need a more realistic and tighter say that the criminal justice system is not what they say, ladies and gentlemen. They always keep talking about how people consent about doing a crime, on how people accessing the crime, and when they will do a new crime in the future. But that's not our consent in our debate currently, ladies and gentlemen. We believe that the current status quo is something we need to protect, on how we see that the criminal justice system will still need the statute of limitation for heinous crime to actually to account the crime itself, ladies and gentlemen. We will bring you some burden of proof. Firstly, why statute of limitation is important. Secondly, justification for heinous crime to be investigated with period of time. And thirdly, how effective the statute of limitation in the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We actually will bring the mechanism which we will still protect the statute of limitation in the status quo. We will realistically approach the crime by evaluating the heinous crime. We will see how actually the impact of the crime is very high or low, and then we will decide how much time we will give for the court to solve the case in the very first place. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first argument will be the principle of statute of limitation. First layer, the criminal justice system mechanism is worked on the condition of certain investigation, right? To bring a certain validation of a crime to happen in the very first place, criminal justice system must ensure that first, no crime should be neglected, ladies and gentlemen. And secondly, each crime is actually very, very accountable. And thirdly, the likelihood of many crimes that increase might create the CGS chaos in the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. The criminal justice system has the obligation and burden to prove the crime result, ladies and gentlemen. And this certain statute of limitation shows it. This system actually is to trigger how reliable the criminal justice system in solving the crime, right, ladies and gentlemen? If the criminal justice system able to solve this crime in the period of time, we say this is how reliable this criminal justice system in the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Many crime has now been abandoned, ladies and gentlemen, because the existence of the justice pressure is currently being overthrown. We say the criminal justice system actually not tight at all, ladies and gentlemen. And this because this is why we should protect this statute of limitation. The government side actually would like to abolish this kind of pressure in the CGS, which actually will eventually lower down the reliability of the criminal justice system, ladies and gentlemen. The existence of the justice pressure is actually very, very important in the end of the day. We say it is regrettable that the quality of the system is diminishing, and exactly because of that, we would like to repair it in the status quo, ladies and gentlemen. The existence of government side only making the status quo worse. How so? Because the government side actually has no efficiency, and they are not determining and dedicating themselves to solve. They are actually very pessimist in solving the crime in the period of time, ladies and gentlemen. That's why they would like to abolish this kind of statute of limitation in the end of the day. Therefore, in our side, we would like to protect this statute of limitation. In solving the relevant crime, exactly because actually in our side, the statute of limitation is to protect our system to keep on working. Now, we are aware on their side concern in abolishing the statute of limitation. Therefore, we will bring a counter mechanism on how we would like to accountable the crime. The government side say how hard to investigate the case is when they first speak, ladies and gentlemen. They always say that we don't know the criminal thinking, we don't know how are they're having their thoughts, and how long their crime is being questioned. It's actually very, very sensitive, and it seems like the opening government only declaring that they are tried and tired to solve the crime in the end of the day, and they would like they would not like to solve the case just because of the time set is too long or only in the period of time. The government only repeating that they don't know what the criminal thinking, but that is not our concern. Our concern is to solve the crime in the period of time. And secondly, our argument is about the principle of heinous crime. Heinous crime involves many disadvantages to the victim, right? The definition of heinous crime itself typically show how crime is actually very, very planned in the very first place. Heinous crime actually involve a lot of subjectivity towards the criminal itself. For example, terrorists, genocide, or individual crimes like planned murder, not just merely the murder that they talk about. Typically, the crime like this are planned with strategies which might limit the investigation itself. We are aware that the government side might argue that heinous crime is not easy to be solved, right, ladies and gentlemen? However, in this case, we believe that their side of the house actually only create inefficiencies, right? They would like to have longer time, for example. But we say this is not efficient. We imagine how court is going to have a lot of time to solve the crime, but it creates efficiencies such like how many costs they would like to have, how many time they would like to have. Perhaps the victims of the crime itself already doesn't aware about the crime anymore, and they still need more time to solve it, ladies and gentlemen. This kind of thing is what we want to avoid in the very first way. Let's say they really would like to solve the crime. We would like to question them first, how actually they would like to allocate all of the time to investigate. They don't have any mechanism in the very first place, right? What happens if there is no statute of limitation is that there is a certain situation where a crime is happening and another crime is also happening in the court, right, ladies and gentlemen? These clashes of crime often describe on how complicated the criminal justice system is, ladies and gentlemen. How so, ladies and gentlemen? Perhaps, if there's any case like terrorists happening in January, and then there is another case coming up in the March, and if it is happening in their case, ladies and gentlemen, they will only complicate and try to prioritize which to other, ladies and gentlemen. This kind of situation is very, very complicated, but under our statement of information, there will be an allocation of time and investigation and court, ladies and gentlemen. Therefore, our side actually would like to stay on our status quo and not abolish the statute of limitation in the end of the day. Thank you so much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I heard all my opponents saying the abolishment, we should go for the abolishment of the statute of the limitation of heinous crimes. Ladies and gentlemen, we should consider this point, that it is already mentioned that it is a heinous crime, meaning a serious one. People killing others. Our opponent mentioned the word genocide. If we are going by this, let's consider the genocide of the Germans, the Nazis. Ladies and gentlemen, all these people, if you have, I don't know if my opponents have not taken their time to go through all what the Nazis did. Ladies and gentlemen, as at now, still, the World Court is investigating what the Nazis did, and they are still arresting all those who partook in the actions. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that the court is reliable, as they said, and it is true. But I must say that the court does not control the mind of criminals. Ladies and gentlemen, I must establish a point here that if we allow those people, or if we allow criminals to come out after a certain point of time, the society feels insecure. I must cite an example. There is a person called Atai in Ghana. This person has committed a lot of crimes, and he was released from the prison. Ladies and gentlemen, the society is already afraid of this man, thereby creating uncomfortable environment for everyone. Again, he is already skilled in initiating crimes. So I must say that if he is allowed to come out, he can easily commit other crimes. And again, it may be an injustice. Why? Because the person who is already killed, or the person who is already affected in the crime, has lost their lives. Ladies and gentlemen, we still stand for the motion that the House should abolish the state of limitation. Thank you.
To close the case of the opening of opposition's bench, I welcome the Deputy Leader of Opposition. Time and place is yours.
Hi, am I clear? Yeah, okay. I'm going to start my speech in 3, 2, 1. We don't think that by abolishing statute of limitation would suddenly incentivize criminals or even constitute towards a criminal justice system that's not responsible and just running away from solving the issue, right? I think OG's biggest mistake is the moment they frame the CGS as a perfect system for the people, but O doesn't think so. There's no such thing as a perfect system, which is why there needs to exist a check and balance system to prevent individuals from misusing their power because of their subjectivity that ironically pushes the narrative that under OG's world, there would be much more complication that, and issues that will arise under their world, right? But before that, I'll bring to you several responses in this debate. But let's first break down what OG's stance is basically about, right? First, that OG is afraid that people would do much more crime under OG's world, right? We already explained to you why this is not relevant, and we think that this is not OG's biggest concern in this debate. But secondly, they talked about how that heinous crime should be taken seriously. Well, weirdly enough, we never stated how we're going to simply not care and not basically take responsibility from people who actually commit this crime, right? What we're saying is that there's a need for a much more efficient system and a much more efficient approach in handling these issues, which I will explain more in my substantive letter. First response. I think OG misunderstands opposition bench's biggest concern because we don't think the biggest issue is where the convict will repent or realize that their mistakes so they shouldn't be held accountable. OG's biggest concern is how the CJS system incompetency results in having to pursue, for example, an identified criminal, meaning that with much resources will be wasted under OG's world, right? But secondly, OG keeps on mentioning on the idea of how people would not repent from their crime, right? Ironically, they never explain to you what if the criminal is never caught in the end of the day, right? So we say this issue is inexclusive under OG's world because it can also happen under their world, right? Ironically. Last response about how they're talking about there are people affected because of the crime that has been committed. We agree that this issue is a big issue, right? But we believe that there needs to be a much more efficient approach when it comes to like holding people accountable and cannot just create a system that will suddenly like prolong the issue and you can't find a criminal in the end of the day, right? We think this is such an inefficient mechanism coming from OG world. Now, coming on to my first substantive, I'm going to talk to you about how statute of limitation betters the criminal justice system. Four reasonings. First, I think as my LOS have mentioned, because there's time limitation under OG's world, we won't be wasting much money and we won't be wasting much resources, right? Because in the end of the day, under OG's world, notice that because there's no time limitation, much more resources and much more money is going to be wasted by the government, right? Even if they're not able to catch the criminals, they're still going on to keep on pursuing the criminal that they're not able to find in the end of the day. Further, I don't think there was any explanation coming from OG about what is the likelihood of actually like holding these people accountable and how they're going to like catch the criminals if they can't actually find the criminal in the end of the day. Then we say the issue of like not being able to like use the money efficiently is also a worst under OG's world. OG's world. Secondly, I think when we're talking about criminal justice system, we're talking about a justice system that is fair and just, right? Meaning that statute of limitation provides a protection for the people because prolonged issue can end up with the court system, for example, just blaming on the worst case scenario, just blaming anyone, for example, to have a closure for the issue, right? We say this is not an issue that happens like rarely. This is a common issue that has happened a lot of times in like court system because they want a closure for the case, which is why they suddenly like choose a random individual and basically a random innocent individual and just put them into jail so to just have a closure for the case, right? But fourthly, we say the issue of blaming random innocent people, although it can also happen on our side, it's better under two reasons, right? First, there's much more accountability since there's time limitation for the court system. But secondly, protection exists under our side simply because the court system cannot act as freely as OG's world, right? But lastly, I think the CJS would have a much more efficient and effective system for the people because the issue of prolonging the heinous crime cases won't exist under our world. But second substantive, I'm going to talk to you about how abolishing the statute of limitation would disrupt the CJS. 3 points of analysis. First, I think the CJS is responsible for 3 main metrics, right? First, retribution, second, rehabilitation, and third, deterrence. These 3 metrics, depend on the relevancy of the heinous crimes committed, meaning that it's not logical for you to put someone into jail for committing a crime 40 years ago, for example, right? We say that even if they have committed a crime 40 years ago, different accountability should be given, meaning that you can't just basically like find someone who has committed a crime 40 years ago and just blame them for the crimes, right? This is not an issue of them repenting, this is an issue of accountability and more of the issue of how the criminal justice system is like incompetent in searching for the criminal 40 years ago, meaning that this is an issue of how the criminal justice system is not basically competent enough to catch the criminals back then, and which is why they're now blaming the criminals for not being able to be caught. Ironically, when it's the issue of the criminals and not the issue of the criminal justice system itself, which is what OG is proposing this debate, right? But secondly, if any, I think this issue falls more under the problem of the government and court system's incompetency and inability to solve an issue, right? I think although it's unjustified, you cannot really blame the criminal for not being caught because they're good at what they're doing, right? It just simply doesn't make sense. Lastly, we think abolishing would only push the narrative that A, CJS is incompetent, therefore they need lots of time and more resources to be able to catch these criminals without any sort of explanation on the likelihood of catching these people in the end of the day, meaning that OG agrees that they're going to waste as much resources as possible to solve a crime that doesn't have any like basically light in the end of the tunnel, meaning that they're going to waste much more money in the end of the day. But thirdly, okay, let's play in OG's world where they think that people should still be held accountable for their past heinous crimes, right? We say no, this action would not give any reparation to the society as it will only waste much money in the end of the day. But coming on to my third substantive, which is about how crime cases would be solved much more efficiently and there would be much more trust from the society towards the criminal justice system and the court system in the end of the day, right? Two layers in this. First layer, I'm going to talk to you about how this will be, the issues of heinous crimes will be solved much efficiently, and even if there is no closure, which I'll explain to you more on the issue of closure later. I think why will the issue of heinous crimes will be solved much efficiently under our side, right? We think that because time limit is set realistically according to the crime that has been committed, meaning that it's suited to how grave the issue is. For example, 10 years for genocide, or for example 4 years for homicide, etc. It creates a much more efficient system. If a more efficient system is made, we wouldn't need to waste a lot of resources, like I've explained to you again and again, right? But secondly, I'm going to talk to you about how much more trust towards the government will exist under our side, right? Because in another day, we think that the trust of society is contingent upon how the government is able to treat the society, right? Meaning that they're able to give that sort of like dependency towards the society and etc. We say that this would result into a much more trust towards the government, simply because I'm going to tell you about why closure isn't always necessary in a criminal justice system, right? As how OG like basically frames the whole situation of criminal justice system, OO doesn't believe so. We think that closure isn't always the end, right? I think OG misunderstands that jail time is an absolute answer to every crime. We say if closure isn't possible, then closure shouldn't exist, right? Simply because we don't think like there's a necessity to blame an innocent people just for the case to end, right? If a case is unable to find the victim or the criminal that does the crime, that commits the crime, then there is no need for closure, simply because nobody can be blamed for the mistakes that individual has done. But let's be charitable towards OG and play the concern they gave us about people not repenting, right? We say this is not exclusive under our side, right? Just because you waste more resources by scaring people will suddenly create a deterrent and effective, where people would be scared to commit crime simply because you don't set a time limit for people to be caught, right? Because in the end of the day, we think that when you create a much more efficient system to hold people accountable, there would constitute a much more trust from the society towards the government, which is why we're so proud to oppose. Thank you.
To open the case of closing government bench, I welcome the member of government. Place and time is yours.
Honorable, the adjudicator and audience, I am as the member of government of this house, and this house will abolish statute limitation for heinous crime. And we definitely agree with the motions. Why? Because in my opinion, you don't need to be a victim to agree with this motion. You just need to be a human. The only reasons if you want to legalize this statute is you are a criminal. That's why you want it, isn't it? And because statute of limitation for heinous crimes should be known in any reasonably sense civilized country with a legal word itself. We just cannot possibly let something that's stupidly serious and criminal to eventually lapse in prosecutability after a couple of years. For instance, in the United Kingdom, criminal offense of all kinds don't have a statute for limitations. All are prosecutable, however long ago they happened. For pragmatism, in the statutes specify that some minor offense must be brought to prosecutions within a certain time frames. Otherwise, the prosecutability will be reduced or lapse. That's not even in the same breath as a statute of limitations. The USA is perhaps the place where most of us tend to know that some of its states have a time bar on bringing charges for sex crimes like rape. The reason is simple. USA has no national norm for a statute of limitations for rape, as there is for the crime of murder. Texas has 10-year statutes for limitations for rape, and other states have higher or lower time frames. The problem to forming a national norm is that there are many moving legal parts in a sex crime. The quality of the physical evidence are the major factor. Imagine a woman comes to report a rape crime several days or weeks later. But the authorities have enormous obstacle to getting to the truth of things. Just because the statute of limitation. Doesn't it make any sense? That's very powerful country do not have statute of limitations. So why we must to have? So that's why I'm, as the member of government, definitely agree with the motion that this House will abolish statute of limitations for heinous crime. As I said before, you don't need to be a victim to agree with these motions. You just need to be a human. Thank you.
To open the case of closing opposition, I welcome the member of opposition. The time and place is yours.
Test. Okay. The opening bench has failed to actually talk about the dynamics of what will happen within the period of the statute of limitation, right? I will explain to you on why the time frame, within the time frame that has been set by the criminal justice system to actually solve the problem is actually very important to actually first to maintain the integrity of the police force, which our opening opposition has already explained, but they have not exactly talked to you about how the society and the community needs it a lot. And I will explain to on that part soon. The second layer is also about how they don't talk about the opening bench didn't really talk about how how justice can be maintained. Okay, opening government seems to talk about if getting jail is an absolute resolution that the criminal justice system can achieve. However, just like what opening opposition has already talked to you about, is what if the victim does not get catch, right? So talking about coming to my rebuttals, but the rebuttals will be integrated within my arguments. I'm going to talk about the time frame first. First, two layers. The first one is how we have to preserve the evidences, right? There are three subsections to here. How fabrication of evidences will happen within those period of time. How second, there will be also how to retrieve the prints later on, and also about the redirection of and shift and focus, right? Talking about fabrication and prints retrieval, they are mostly the same thing. How? Because there are possibilities of people trying to fabricate the issues, especially the crime doers themselves, who try to fabricate so that they can redirect the attention of the police and make them work on the case longer. Also about how there are certain prints or there are certain evidences, just such as blood, and then like fingerprints, where it is hard to retrieve after a certain period of time. So it is actually important to have a sense of urgency, right? And then the last one would be about how it is important to actually make sure that we have a sense of time in solving the problem, because what happens when a case is prolonged for over years, just like how we see the case of Novel Baswedan that keep being brought up. It is exactly how the people in politics, the people in the media will actually utilize that kind of shift or the shift of attention in actually solving the problem. They actually, what they do instead is try to like make up more fire, try to make up conspiracies. But these things will only overcomplicate the cases, right? We think that this is what happened when you try to prolong a situation without trying to find an endpoint as soon as possible, right? And then coming to this, they're also talking. They also do not talk about how there will be changes in system over time, because we explained to you about how the criminal justice system is not that reliant. But they don't talk about how there's going to be laws created, or there's going to be laws that are not going to benefit that's not going to benefit the victims over the time, because 10 years seems like a really long time for the government to actually come up with something that is not going to benefit the people, right? And then we have to talk also about the integrity of the police force. Okay, OO has to already talk about how there's already distrust, but they don't talk about how the sense of urgency is important in completing the case, right? They also didn't talk about how budget allocation of the police force exists. This means that the capacity to actually finish the case in time is possible. I will talk about this. First, there's actually a capacity and resources, for example, in the US where they have where they actually put the majority of their budget to deploy police on the streets, even though they become bystanders and racial profilers, which we absolutely do not accept. We think that this means that the criminal justice system has actually the capacity to adequately provide workforce in completing the case, right? However, we think that if this is not being utilized well, what will happen is that new cases are going to pile up. This means that there will be no management of time and no management of time. Well, this will result in cases being abandoned, right? This also means that this is going to downgrade crimes. We know that these are heinous crimes, such as massacre, genocides, or rape and assault. These cases usually get popular. But what about cases where it's just like mobbing, robbery? We think that these, even though these only affect small-scale communities, we think that these also incur harm such as fear that is constantly there. Imagine having to live under fear for 10 years for the period of that statute of limitation. We think that this is just going to harm the society even more. OO didn't talk about how this is going to actually impact the distrust that the police will actually see, right? So. And also we think that the opening bench hasn't really talked about the alternative that has already exists in the status quo, right? We think that time extension is already available for legitimate reasons. There are also already requests upon society where they think that if a referendum is needed to actually extend the case, then it is permissible. This means that the legality of extending this kind of time period already exists, so we see no reason why the government should actually extend the case, right? And then abolition means dragging the case. This also means that we are just trying to lower the integrity of the police, and also in countries where it's getting hard. So in countries where they actually just in conservative militaristic countries where police and militaries are high profiles, we think that this is just going to be an attempt for them to be tokenistic, right? What do I mean by this? They're just going to prolong the case by causing that dramatic effect when they actually can finish it in a short time of period. We think that this is going to be harmful exactly because closure is important. Closure is not only how the victims will receive the justice that they get, it's also about the process where they are treated. The longer the cases get solved, this means that the more uncertainties, the more trauma that the victims will live in, right? This is not only about the victims, but also the society that have to suffer under the fact that the police cannot actually serve them well, right? So we think that the government bench has not talked about these issues, and our opening opposition has also not talked about how dynamics of time is important. We think that the closing opposition should win, right? We think that it is important to uphold security for the people by making sure that we can actually manage our time well, and we also have to make sure that we do not discriminate crimes, right? Because it is important to make sure that crimes can be solved as soon as possible in order to actually resolve other cases as well. Thank you.
To close the case of closing government, I welcome the government whip. Time and place is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, educators and audience, dear Honorable, let me give the whip of our. So far, from the first speaker, we heard that we didn't know what if the criminals did anything. For example, in 7 years after their jailbreak off, they might did the same. For the example, for the murderers, there's no guarantee that the murdered not murdering again just because there is based on their character. There's also shown no significant change that abolish state of limitation can bring justice for the victims. And if the big country and more great than ours, how can we legally state of limitation, especially for heinous crime? You don't need to be victim, but think as a human. How can we see the criminals being casual living their life? Meanwhile, the victim and their people around have encountered and hard suffering from the past heinous crime. So for a statement that given, let me recap our point. We must remember that criminals might do their crime again in several next year, and if the case didn't finish yet, the state of limitation is special for heinous crime just make public feel unsafe. The victims of assaults can benefit from updated laws. And maybe the victim and their family getting no justice for what they encountered, so we need incapacitation. That's all for me. Thank you.
To close the case of the opposition bench, I welcome the opposition whip. Place and time is yours.
Look, we understand that all sides would like to bring justice to the victim family and especially towards the victim themselves. But you have to understand, like my member says that abolishing the statute of limitation will actually create more harm, whether it's long-term and short-term harm towards the society and even to the victim themselves. Why? Because first of all, my member has already said that leniency, it will create leniency towards the system, which will actually create distrust towards the police. That actually, for example, she has given an example, which is the American. They have bring so much funds, but actually doesn't actually solve anything. Prolonging this kind of prolonging the case will actually creates a tokenism where they actually just acts like they're solving it when, especially as my member has already explained, sometimes proof and prints can actually expire, and that meaning that it can actually create a longer, like they only will just solve case that actually are famous. Hence, it will create more distrust because you're just funding funds towards people. It may you may funding funds towards people that actually don't do anything and just do things for the sake of symbolism. Second of all, as my member actually explained, it can overload the system. Why? Because first of all, how can you be so sure that by abolishing the system, you can actually give justice to the victim when, again, like I said before, evidence can actually expire, especially if it goes through so many hands. And also, how can you be so sure that the system can actually handling all cases that are actually hard to solve, which is why to this day they are not solved, and current cases. And third of all is the media circus and the instrumentalization of the tragedy. Actually, by creating, by bringing out like the old cases, it can actually create, like, for example, theories or that you are not very sure that it can actually create harm toward the victims. You can actually, and the victim family themselves, especially as we know that in the current
media, there are cases where people make movie that actually isn't true, and as such. So I would like to ask all of us, is it justified for us as a society to abolish a system that actually help us more, just to bring a certain sense of justice towards the victim, when actually, as my member has already explained again, it doesn't even bring it to us. So I'd like to ask us that, is it justified for us to abolish this kind of system? And like, even if we can actually abolish this system, like abolishing the system can actually bring us justice towards the victim, like I would like to say that, does the harm that it brings actually justify the closure that the victim gets? And as my member has already explained, that the harm is much more than the benefit that it does bring us. And I'd like to also say, I'd like to explain why, as a CEO, we actually explain more, and we actually has rebutted all the what OG says. Like, first of all, I would like to say that OG lacks the understanding towards the meaning of statute of limitation and the mechanism on how they're going to act on it. They misunderstand that statute of limitation means the statute of guilt, when actually statute of limitation means that the limitation of where the perpetrator will be prosecuted. And second, they don't actually explain on how they're going to create a mechanism that actually mitigates the harm that it can create. And second of all is OD-less characterization towards the heinous. What does they mean towards what, like, in regards to heinous crime? What kind of murder is considered heinous? What kind of assault, right? What kind of crime does it consider as heinous? Second of all, OD also create a hasty generalization because they assume that all changes in perpetrator is just an acting of consideration that we do not know what they are thinking. Well, I don't know what you guys are all thinking, but I just assume that all of you guys are just acting. OD also doesn't actually touch that maybe that the preparator that they think is preparator is actually not the preparator, because like I said before, and my member said before, actually evidence can actually be mishandled. So you're not actually like really sure, especially towards case that it's actually been so long. And also, I'd like to say that OD assume that by us not wanting to abolish the status quo means that we don't care towards what the victim wants, when the OD doesn't actually understand that by actually abolishing the system, you can actually create more harm towards the victim and the victim family themselves. And I would like also to say that the CE play too much into their worst case scenario, where, for example, they give us examples for genocide. I would like to say, like, if there are cases of genocide, I would like to ask, like, they do not think that the United Nations will not handle it, especially towards genocide. It's a big case. It's like it affects many people. It will create so much outrage. Does they think that the United Nations will not handle it? Does all kind of system will not handle it? And I'll say to that, even if the government does not, we have to understand that there are reasons that it does not want to handle it. For example, political reasons, that it may create breach towards other geological things, for example. And also that they say that all that the government thinks says that is that they just want to bring closure. That's all they say. Honestly, the only argument that they bring that is quite sufficient is this, that they just want to bring closure. But even then, it's not very sufficient, is it? Because they don't explain the mechanism, they don't explain how they will mitigate their harm. When we does explain, us as a CO, explain that we bring an analysis on why it overload the system, or why it brings harm, what kind of harm does it bring, and we also bring up an alternative towards the heinous crimes that all
That is the end of round one. I would like request a time to think. Can I have all of the debaters back on the stage, please? Thank you. Okay, to cut things short, I will just say congratulations on finishing the first round. And as for the decisions, so this is my result. The first place goes to the closing opposition, the second goes to opening opposition, the third place goes to closing government, and the fourth place goes to the opening government. Here is my justification. The first place goes to closing opposition because so the stance of all of you is to achieve justice, right? To achieve justice, we need conviction. How do we get conviction? We get conviction through evidence. So I feel like the case of the closing opposition has the most sense of urgency because they talked about conviction cannot happen without the evidence. Because if you abolish the statute of limitation, there might be evidence tampering or evidence fabrication or something might have happened with the evidence. And I think that is the number one urgency that I see from all of the case. And as a second place, because why opening opposition cannot be the first one? Because the argument by the closing opposition is more urgent than the argument of the waste of resources. Even though it is very relevant, but if we compare the urgency of both of cases, I think the case of closing opposition triumphs the waste of resources. And so closing government gets a third place because closing government briefly talks about if we should abolish the statute of limitations because victims may not always come forward right after the crime happened. So we should abolish it so that we can give more time for victims to come forward and still get the justice that they need. However, closing government is not the second place because compared to the opening opposition's case, opening opposition's case is more valid and the impact is bigger for the society. And then lastly, fourth place goes to opening government because I feel like opening government failed to understand the objective of the motion, and in the arguments there are lots of ambiguity. So that is my justification. If you need more personal feedback, maybe after the competition is over. So thank you everyone for participating in this round. Okay, so Okay, to start round 2, the remaining teams that hasn't competed, so the draw will be Poltek Batam as opening government, Agree to Disagree as opening opposition, the Biancestors as closing government, and Real Navy as closing opposition. I will repeat that one more time. Poltek Batam as the opening government, Agree to Disagree opening opposition, the Biancestors closing government, and the Real Navy as a closing opposition. Any questions? Okay, so the motion for the second round is still about social issues, and the motion will be: this House would impose capital punishment for perpetrator of heinous crime. This House would impose capital punishment for perpetrators of heinous crime. Any questions about the motion, the wording, the terms? Going once. The motion. This House ada di FC, tapi this House would impose capital punishment for perpetrator of heinous crime. Kenapa? Capital punishment, hukuman mati. Any more questions? Going once, going twice. Okay, case building starts now. The debate will start at 12:23. Oh ya udah, sama aja lah.
Tapi question yang kedua tuh kelihatan. Makanya mungkin mereka nanya tadi.
Oh, udah ya, udah dibikin ya Grace. This house would.
Nggak tahu, cuman dia.
The debate will start.
Calling the participants for the second round. Alpha, agree to disagree. The ancestors and the real naming.
I would like to remind the audience to please keep your tone down when the debate queue. To open the case of the government side of the House, I welcome the Prime Minister. Time and place is yours. Please keep your voices down, thank you.
Right. I'm going to start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon, dear honorable judges, our adjudicator, and the fellow debaters. So, in many cases, that the jail punishment cannot give the suspect the proof or being guilt, right? So, it means that the jail itself, the jail punishment for the heinous crime cannot be the answer for now. That is why we bring the motion that this House would impose capital punishment perpetual of heinous crime. What do we mean by the impose capital punishment? It means, the capital punishment means being given by them that already commit to the heinous crime. What kind of heinous crime we means in here in this proposal is the crime that is already being planned, like the murder planned, the genocide, the serial killer, terrorism, murderer, and the rapist. So those are some of the heinous crime that we have to be, we have to put attention on. And then, okay, so firstly, how we're going to manage the proposal is we will make the rules that are being legalized by the legislation department, right? And then we will do the investigation, and if they are being proved guilty on that hideous crime, and then the capital punishment will be given to them, right? And several argument that I will give here is why the proposal that came from the government is really important for us to give, and why is it effective for us to actually legalize the rules. Firstly, just like what I said before in the beginning, that the cases that the criminal is being or get the jail punishment is not completely can solve the problem, because there are some of the suspect is not really feel guilty, right? And the suspect that we mean in here is someone that has a mental problem that cannot be solved by the medication or the rehabilitation, or the candidate that have a reason to do the heinous crime, right? And firstly, the people, the public, when they heard about genocide, the first thing that come out in their mind is being scared, okay? So they're scared of what happened if the same crime happens to them and the criminals did not get the same amount of justice, right? And then, for example, the rapist has so many victims. The rapist that has so many victims is also heinous crime, right? And some of those people cannot be rehabbed because they already have a mental issue and they have reason to do. And then because of that, when they come into the jail punishment and then being, free to the public, they will also commit to the crime again. And we don't want that to be happen. That is why we must send them or get them the capital punishment, right? And then, firstly, if we save them in the jail, what will happen is the government will spend too many funds to take care of them, those people that are not really cared about what happened to the public and hurt the public and actually scared to the public. And that is why we don't want to spend a lot of money on that kind of people, to spend money on psychologists for them, the medication for them, where they cannot actually feel guilty for what they are already doing on the past. Okay, so and the crime that they do is a serious crime, right? A heinous crime. They plan the crime, they murder somebody, they genocide some kind of places or area, and attacking people means that they already have reason to do that. And when people have reason to do that, means that they will always have reason to commit to crime. That is why some of the criminals that already have some kind of reason like this, the criminals like this, we have to give them the capital punishment so that they will not do the same crime again in the future. And also, things like this will also prevent the candidate of criminals that will do the same thing to be scared of commit to the same crime, because they know that our rules that we give by the government is already hard to tackle. That is why we as the government want the society to be safe and want the rules is being effective to tackle all of any crime that will happen in the future. In order to protect the citizen also and any possibilities that will happen in the future, we must legalize these rules, because these rules will tackle any of crime in the future that will happen if we agree on this proposal. So I will summarize some of the arguments that we make. Firstly, some people that are already doing genocide have to be get the fair punishment, like the capital punishment, so that they're not going to do that again. And also the capital punishment will decrease the fund of government. And the jail punishment cannot give the suspect the guilty sense, because they already have reason to do that and they will commit to the crime again. And also it will prevent the candidate of the criminals to do the same thing, and means that they are scared to do that things, the same of crime in the future. That's why we from the government side really proud to propose. Thank you.
To open the case of opposition side of the House, I welcome the Leader of Opposition. Time and place is yours.
Test. Ladies and gentlemen, there is one thing that I noticed a lot about the argument of the Prime Minister. She states that about mental problem. We have to know this, that we have to exclude mental problem here. She shouldn't have stated mental problem, because if a person has a mental problem, we can't just accuse them as normally as we accuse people who are actually sane. They are insane. If we talk about mental problem, we should have excluded them from these types of justice, for these types of penalty, death penalty. And she also states that jail punishment can't give the proof of being wrong and proof of being deserved to have that kind of death penalty. And it is actually one of my arguments, because a lot of cases in this world, they are failed to prove. They don't have enough evidence to prove. And this is the fact that many people are falsely accused and they are executed, and when they are executed, people just realize that they have made the wrong decision. And this is very dangerous, since we are facing lives. We are killing lives. What if we kill innocent life if we don't actually investigate it furthermore? There's one case that I have watched in YouTube about this person. This person has mental illness. Yes. Of course. Every crime has to be investigated, okay? If you don't investigate a crime, that means that we are wrong. There is no justice in this world. But the fact is, there are so many wrong investigations, there are so many wrong accusing, I have watched many examples of people who actually don't deserve to have this executed, death penalty. And if we look into the further investigations of people who are being executed in this way, there are so many proof that death penalty does not fix anything. If I move to my next argument, is that capital punishment is one of the type of criminal justice system. Let me show you the 3 goals of criminal justice system that I can prove that death penalty can't fix anything. The 3 goals of the criminal justice system is to do justice, control crime, and to prevent crime. The main purpose of the criminal justice system is to provide justice to every citizen of its nation and protecting the innocent by finding and punishing those proved to be guilty, and also helping them to stop repeating crimes, okay? Stop repeating crimes. It keeps people aware of the crimes and protects the right of the citizens. If we look to the fact now, Indonesia is one of the countries who legalized this death penalty. The fact is, there are so many killers. There are still so many killers. There are so many rapists. There are so many people who still did the same thing, the same mistakes, even though the death penalty existed in Indonesia. So what is the point? I ask you guys, what is the point of death penalty if it does not prevent anything? So why shouldn't we just cancel death penalty and make something more reliable and effective more than this death penalty? And then, as the Prime Minister also states about the prevent, I don't know whether she really sure about how this death penalty can actually prevent the same mistakes happen in real life. But the fact is, there are still so many killers in this world, and death penalty does not fix anything. And that is why this House does not impose the capital punishment for heinous crimes. Okay, so what I have said, the 3 goals of the criminal justice system is to justice, control crime, and prevent crime. So if one of this type of criminal justice does not fit one of these main 3 goals of criminal justice system, that means that this type of punishment is useless. If this type of punishment is useless, why should we continue this punishment to the criminals? Okay, I think I have said all of my arguments, and I'm wondering if there is any POI from you guys. You can ask me anything. Okay. Okay, so I have also written here one of the argument of the Prime Minister that some of the people who got free from the public still did the same thing. Okay, the Prime Minister states that the people who are jailed, who are imprisoned in jail, and they are free, and they are not guilty, and the court decided that he or she does not deserve to have to be executed, and then they got free, and they will do the same mistakes again. And I don't actually find the truth here. The truth is, people who got free from jail, most of them, they repented. If we talk about religion, most of them, they studied about religion in jail, and when they went out, they became a completely new person. And there are only about like 5% over 95% of people who did the same mistakes again. And there are 95% of them who actually repented and did not do the same mistakes again. And that is why I convinced that the argument of the Prime Minister is not really logical, and I strongly believe that this House would not impose capital punishment for heinous crimes. Thank you.
To close the case of the opening government side of the House, I welcome the Deputy Prime Minister. Time and place is yours.
Okay, dear honorable judges and fellow debaters, so I will state my arguments about what the opposition team has said regarding ours. Is the first thing that they mentioned was mental problems, and that they should not be accused the same way that a sane person would. We are not saying that every person with mental problems will do things as heinous crimes, or will they be a crime just in general. We are not imposing the capital punishment on them because they have mental problem. It is because they have done crimes, have done heinous crime that we are punishing them, not because they have mental problems. And so why not just put them to rehabilitation? Some mental problems cannot be fixed, helped.
You stated about mental problem, but what if someone is falsely accused of not having mental problem, but actually he has the mental problem, but he is not executed, but he doesn't have any mental problem? But he is falsely accused that he actually has, but the fact is he does not have mental problem.
Okay, things like that you just mentioned, there are psychiatrists that will investigate criminals just to prove whether they have mental problem or not. This has been done so many times, especially from what I see is from the US. They bring psychiatrists to see if the criminal was acting or not. So another point that they mentioned was falsely executing the criminals. This is big criminals. We mentioned about genocide, we mentioned about serial killing, terrorism. The fact that the possibility of falsely executing is really, really small. This is a big problem. This does not just happen between just a few people. This is not just like pickpocketing. This is a big problem, and we will investigate it really, really seriously. And we will not falsely accuse just about anyone. And then with Indonesia still legalizing this capital punishment, yet there is still so many cases. For that, I said that it's because we does not impose it strong enough. The fact that they know this and still don't care about the punishment that is upon them is because we are not imposing them and enforcing this punishment better, and we should. You also said that there are criminal justice systems where we justify, control, and prevent. this will only works, I say, this will only work for small crimes. Big, heinous crimes like terrorism, genocide, mass murder, this will not be covered just by justify, control, and prevent. This is a big thing. And by imposing the capital punishment, we are preventing of bigger things like genocide to happen. If I may add, an example is one tragedy that has happened a long time ago, the Holocaust done by the Nazis. The end of the Holocaust is because the death of the man who created the whole tragedy. So, in my opinion, by imposing this capital punishment, we are preventing things like that to happen again. And then you also said about how criminals, after they come out of jail, most of them repented and will not do crime like that, will not do crimes anymore. Those people are not going to be punished by capital punishment. If, as you said, they have repented, there is no need for us to meddle in their business anymore. They have served their jail time, and they proved to be innocent even after not innocent, I'm sorry, and they proved to be inactive in doing criminal activities anymore. So we are not going to just punish them with capital punishment. We are not doing capital punishment just to every criminal there is. It is only to criminals who have done heinous crimes such as genocides, murders, terrorism, serial killing, massive rape done just by one person. They, in our opinion, deserves to be justified by capital punishment. That is all from me. Thank you very much.
To close the case of opening opposition bench, I welcome the Deputy Leader of Opposition.
Preference POI would be like you guys rising from your ground rather than just saying POI because it will distract my arguments. And my arguments will...
I'm sorry, can you lift the mic? Thank you.
Let me repeat. So my preference POI is not by stating that you guys want to do POI, but please just rise from the ground because it will distract my argument if you guys do that. Besides, I will give you time for doing the POI in the middle of me doing the arguments. So my speech will start from 3, 2, 1. Let's get back into what the opening government already stated before, ladies and gentlemen. Panels, they are already stated how the general punishment doesn't even guilt the criminal. As we can see, already stated by my leader of the opposition already stated before that the capital punishment doesn't always being the relative that people who go to the general punishment will always do the same mistake. We don't have any kind of proof that going to say that people who once go to the jail, once who go to the general punishment will be doing the thing again. There is no such thing like that. Of course, the capital punishment will never make the preparators doing the same because they are dead. The capital punishment that are given to the punishment, they cannot do that again because they are already in the ground, 6 feet down in the ground. How can they do the same mistake? How can this can be the type of argument that can be used into their proposing? And in the bench of the opening of opposition, we kind of believe that the opening of the government doesn't see that the urgency is not thinking about what the possible criminal will do and what could think about, and we're not thinking about what the possible criminal would do and stop what they're doing right now because we are focusing on how this type of punishment is dehumanizing for people to punish a perpetrators. As for example, if that person being seen by their family and their family seeing one part of their member of family, even though they're doing something wrong, but they still have the family behind them. What if this type of family is seeing this father, this brother being killed and being cut off one part of their human body? This will be such a shame for us to letting this type of thing happens to one type of family and seeing what is happening behind them. And we are preventing a crime. If we are focusing on how the opening of the government already stated that they are trying to prevent the crime by doing this criminal punishment. Ladies and gentlemen panels, there are so many ways to prevent that type of crime. There are many ways. Let me give you guys an idea. As for example, we can put on this type of curriculum on education, how worse it is to be in a general punishment. How the general punishment can be so worse for one person to handle this type of punishment. It doesn't have to be the capital punishment. We can always support and propose a general punishment, and we can give them idea that the general punishment itself isn't really good enough for one people. This will help them to prevent and to rethink about what they're doing. So thinking about not letting them do the general punishment is a good way. I think there are many ways to do so. There are many ways to give and prevent a crime. There are many people try to think about. And I will get into our opposition of argument. My first argument will be, the capital punishment are so old-fashioned and so cruel. I'm not trying to say that people who are trying to do something, people who already did something so worse and so dehumanizing deserve to be treated as so sweet and so cold. No, we are trying to saying that we are not lowering the degree of punishment, but we have to find something, to find anything that is not so cruel and dehumanizing. If the opening stated that the death penalty should be exist, then the death penalty can be doing with so many ways that exist right now. I'm mentioning this because why is it the capital punishment are so old-fashioned? Because people in the past doing it when we still haven't inventing any type of murdering, executing people in any less cruel. As for example, nowadays we have one serum that can stop people for living. One type of serum that stops the heartbeat of the preparators. And we still can use this. Might be still the executing, but this is not as cruel as the capital punishment. And if we are hearing some legend about that exists from centuries ago about people cutting off one organ body, yes, we still can cast off this type of punishment, but this, as we go, I've mentioned the word centuries ago. This is why I've stated before that the capital punishment are so old-fashioned and it should not be exist in our doing right now. Before I get into my second argument, is there any POI? Sure. All right.
So because we were talking, the government side was talking about mass murders and genocides, right? Isn't by imposing the capital punishment is preventing the mass murders that might happen if they are not?
Okay. Preventing mass murder should be done by the government to show why mass murder it doesn't allow, but doesn't give the example as killing people as to use it as an example. So you can use it as like I said before in my first argument. If you try to prevent, then you can do it in something way that most less cruel rather than dehumanizing people. You can use it in our educational system. We can put it there. We can say that this type of general punishment are still and more, and it's terrifying enough. This will stop the people to think about killing a lot of people. Then I will go to the second argument because the POI I have already stated on my first argument. These people are doing some hideous thing. The hideous thing to kill and arouse their crime. It doesn't abolish the fact that they are a human being. Regardless of what they do, they're still entitled to their human rights. That, as to mention, this very human right is supported by the government itself. This simply hypocrite for any party that support human rights, yet agreeing to the way of people dehumanizing a human being. This is an urgent matter because even the United Nations are opposing this type of cruel executing way. That even the United Nations are not promoting this act of murdering and executing one person even though they already did something wrong, even though they do this genocide, they're still a human being, and we should protect the human the human right that still exists at the very first place, the human rights that exist and born while they are borning. They are doing something wrong indeed, but they're still human beings. Why can't we protect one thing? Why can't we give the young generation the exact thing that look at this thing, even though that is wrong, they're still human. Do this. And while you're proposing this type of cruel punishment, it will simply reflect that how our country doesn't have any way of executing or of punishing people that less cruel rather than killing people in public and cutting off one of the human part of someone. Thank you.
1 minute. I'm going to remind for the participants of the previous round to take lunch, because after this we're going to just continue to this next round. Thank you.
To open the case of closing government, I would like to welcome the member of the government.
Okay, I'm going to start in 3, 2, 1. Honorable judges and our fellow government and opposition, the crimes, heinous crimes, are very bad on its own. Suspects sometimes not feel anything, and it spreads scare to the public. They will always have reason to scare people, kill people. What kind of prosecutor would be allowed to impose the capital punishment? Firstly, rapists, terrorists, murderers, and genocide criminals. Rapists are predators. They do not care about anything. Every kind of human they rape, those thoughts, even children, it angers everyone. The victims did not do anything in particular to invite rapists in. How does this behavior implies innocence? Terrorists, they blindly kill people with any kind of methods, and it impacts the image of certain race and even religion. Murderers, genocide criminals, every innocent people's life are executed without any reason, or their reasons are various. Once again, how does this imply innocence? We need to bring justice to the table. It is not fair for the innocent people. These perpetrators do not care about their action. It also mentioned that it affects victims' mental health, not just victims, but also the perpetrators. But mainly in victims, it is triggering for them, and it requires some medical persecution, which also impacts the money in their family. This is what perpetrators has done is beyond violating human rights. We must bring justice for these victims, because innocence is around there and sometimes they are being blinded. As a society, violent crime is something that needs to be abandoned at all costs. This punishment is to make people convict that they will die for serious crimes. In this way, we can stop the crime from happening in the first place. Because there comes the point when someone who commits a horrific crime reaches such a point where rehabilitation is not possible. Thus, capital punishment not only allows deserved punishment for committed crimes, but it also can save the lives of other people in order to warn the people. It forbids anyone from doing horrific crimes. Also, the perpetrators, they can't run away from the consequences of their actions. This also shows government supports the people by being stern with their law. Proponents of the death penalty, it is an important tool for preserving law and order, and it costs less than life imprisonment. That is all. Thank you.
To open the case of closing opposition, I would like to welcome the member of opposition. Time and place is yours.
That's okay. Good afternoon, my honorable educators, all debaters, and ladies and gentlemen. So firstly, I would like to make some rebuttals from the Prime Minister and also the Deputy Prime Minister from the government team, and also for the third speaker from the government team. They said, for the Prime Minister and also Deputy Prime Minister, they said that, that like capital punishment is something like effective for punishment for any kind of criminals that for heinous crimes. But hey, we have another or alternative way to punish them, because we have some more punishment. We can make any rehabilitation or make any prison sentence rather than abolish their lives because they are criminal or something like that. And also we have because our main concern here is about the human rights. And also this is related to my several arguments. I would like to state 4 main arguments that related to human rights and also 1 related to the democracy. And the first one is, I would like to state something. If you did criminal, you will get punishment in every cases. Even if you're murderer, you will get something from the article 365 in a KUHP, Kitab Undang-Undang Hukum Pidana, that is really something like codified law that is for criminal person, and we use it for a long time ago, and that's the way it should be. It has been occurred for more 100 years ever since we adopted the law system from the Dutch, and Dutch adopted it from the French, so technically we adopted those laws from the French a long time ago. And also for this criminal punishment, and we make the civil law system as our law system in our country. We make it, even though that we still make any mixed law system, just like also Anglo-Saxon and also Islamic law and Adat law in our country in Indonesia. Okay, so let me continue my argument. Capital is one of those punishment, but here are some reasons that the opposition team should win, because we support the abolishment of the capital punishment. The first one, it is related to the human rights, as I said before. Yes, we also has the law over the human rights. It is law number 39 of 1999, and it is explicitly said about the human rights. So it is the rules for human rights also, ladies and gentlemen. And what the meaning of human rights is the absolute right that given to every single person, not only for one country or two, not only for Indonesia, not only for Singapore, not only for Australia, or even some countries in Asia, or only Africa, but the whole world, sorry. Human rights belong to some principle, and one of those is a right to be alive, ladies and gentlemen. We do believe as well about it, everybody. This is absolutely for every single person to be alive. Even though that you are a criminal or such prisoners or perpetrators, since you are also the human, we have the equality for the right to be alive in here. We have the same equality for the human rights, ladies and gentlemen. And second one still related to the human rights. Even if somebody killed another person or on yesterday or several days earlier, until he get caught for some reason or any specificated, it doesn't mean we have to punish him with the death penalty. Since, back again to my first argument, they are also the human, they have the human rights. And if we continue this kind of penalties, ladies and gentlemen, it means the executor and all of the people who agree with those kind of death penalties are also agreeing to make another person to be dead, ladies and gentlemen, which is the condition for any other abolishment of human rights, just like, yes. Okay, so the main point is not about them also make the same or similar things to the criminal, because they also have the human rights. Our main point is keep every human rights for every single person still to be alive, not to be dead. Because back again to my argument, if we make a death penalty to those criminals who make something criminal like genocide or kill so many people, they have human rights, because we are focusing on his human rights. And if we deal and if we agree to make those people die who did those criminals formally, it means we also believe, we also agreeing to make another human rights are being abolished as well, ladies and gentlemen. And in this case, human rights for the criminal. And for the third argument from me, once they lose their life, they couldn't get it back. It is simple, but it's absolutely and importantly, imagine it, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody is in a situation where he's not alive. he or she is not able to move, to do anything, to cook, do anything, or to be kind, just like before he do any criminals. Well, actually, we can make it better. We can create another better punishment, which is not abolishing human rights as well. Create another wise punishment. For example, I have an example for the negative effect of death penalties or capital punishment. The example of cases for Carlos de Luna, he is a guy from Texas, and he get death penalty. He get capital punishment because he has the same face with the real criminal. So this is a really absolutely negative effect from the capital punishment, ladies and gentlemen. That was only one of the cases. There are so many cases, similar cases. There are 10 if you find it on Google, ladies and gentlemen. And also, my fourth argument is related to the democracy. This is a little bit related, but still related as well, ladies and gentlemen. We're absolutely dependent on our democracy. If we still believe in give the death penalty, it means we also abolish their democracy, because democracy is alongside our human rights, and also if we make them die, they also will lose their democracy as well. It means we abolish their rights also. And also, regarding to my fourth arguments, we do believe as well, ladies and gentlemen, that this motion is absolutely wrong in any way. And we ask the member of the opposition team, of the closing opposition team as well, propose to not impose those capital punishment. We can make not a better punishment. For example, in order to make a better punishment, we are able to create a punishment which is technically equal to the prison sentence. And how many years? 5 years, 7 years, 12 years, 1 decade, 2 decades, or any kind of times, or until 3 decades, as long as there is no any kind of abolishment to the human rights, because our concern is totally on the human rights. Thank you.
To close the case of closing government side of the House, I welcome the government whip.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to provide the closing point from our side, which is the government side. So let me just first clarify you that we would like to impose the capital punishment for the perpetrator of heinous crime. Let me just highlight you guys everything. You see, this is the heinous crime, and they are the perpetrator. They are crimes. They do criminals. For example, like my friends mentioned previously, they killed people. These people are also people, and they killed humans. They killed humans, and this is such a really bad thing if we didn't end this kind of criminals. And the very first thing that I would like to do is that the government would to want this to be not happen in the future. At least we want to reduce the provocator that would happen and kill people. So it won't be happen in the future. And then seldom the perpetrator of heinous crime realize their crime. You know, for example, for the rapists, as my friends mentioned previously, do you know if there is any rapists in this world that they don't do rape anymore? Let me just clarify this. These victims, they were innocent. They were innocent, and if they don't really, it's not about the victims, like for example, a woman, how they dress and how they act. It's just like, it is about the rapists and this criminal. And then they won't just like consider about the society of the victims' conditions. For example, like I mentioned previously, these victims are underage. For example, like high school students or junior high school student, whatever you can mention it. What's the effect of these victims? They lose. No, thank you. They lose their control of themselves, and it will break their future. And the very important of these things, as mentioned from the government side, it will break the mental health of the victims. The very last of these things, as a human, they lose their dignity. So, what will you do if you lose your dignity? You've been raped even only just once in your life, but you lose everything. You lose your dignity. You don't know what to do, and you don't want to think about your future a little bit further because it's affect your life and everything. And after all, of course, the judges and prosecutors in this time and in this case are the just no thank you. And the judges and prosecutor are credible to do the justice. Of course, they have proof, evidences, and victims. You can see that evidences are low. They're not just like victims, everything, so on and so forth. Victims in this case, they feel, they see, and they were being affected by those criminals. Then they were alive. If this is like a genocide, a criminals, for example, like my friend mentioned previously, they kill a human, a genocide criminals. For example, the terrorists. They kill people, they kill innocent people without any background, for example. They just want to kill. And if we didn't end this very, very sooner, it will, who knows that it will be happening in the future.
Yeah.
And thank you. And then if you just like continue to like this criminal to be like no thank you, and just like in jail, they will just like what will people do if maybe they spread the talk of this kind of criminal things like in the jail, for example, if we as the government just sentence them into jail, and then who knows that they will be like spread that kind of talk and then ideas to kill and maybe rape someone else in the jail. And no thank you. And then of course that they have chances to kill and to rape, and this will be happen in the future. And then after this, if the government still continue this kind of regulation, and no thank you, to impose the capital punishment of perpetrator of heinous crime, and after all, people will have that kind of belief, which is very, very crucial in our daily life, right, ladies and gentlemen? And people will believe to the law enforcers, and then as the government, if, of course, it's the trust, a vote from the people, it's a really, really meaningful for us, right, ladies and gentlemen? And of course, people will feel comfortable and trust, and then let me just summarize this one, that it is not use of the justice for the perpetrator is only sentenced in jails after all. Thus, capital punishment for the perpetrator and in heinous crime is not old-fashioned. It is called justice for everyone. Thank you.
Close the case of closing opposition side of the House, I welcome the opposition whip.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as we know, capital punishment is one of the most controversial subjects to be discussed, and many pro and contra for the subject. And the honorable objectors, let me summarize the arguments that the opposition side has made. So let's get back to the member of government has said that killing innocent people is not fair and isn't immoral, but how about the human rights that live in the murderous crimes if taking someone's life is immoral, then capital punishment is equally immoral. And it doesn't go with humorous, and every person has a human right as long as they still live in this world. Killing a victim and then being sentenced to death do not suddenly make everything all right or make things better. And we must giving a second chance to every person to be a better person, and it's not a wrong thing to do. Everybody makes mistakes and no one is perfect. And I do believe as well that all of the audience in this room ever make a mistake, and I'm sure most of you are hoping for the second chance to make things better. Okay, so back to my first argument. It doesn't go with human rights because every person has a human right as long as they still live in this world, and we must give a second chance to the crime and to the murderer for And I do believe as well that the death penalty is not prevent any crime case like terrorist, murderer, and rapist. And we will still stand that this House would not impose capital punishment for perpetrators of heinous crime. Thank you.
Thank you for all of the debaters. I will think.
Tadi aku mau view aja dia bilang
to end this crime. To end this crime before the is active because kalau lebih gimana?
I would like to, results first. Okay, I would like to congratulate opening opposition as a first place, opening government as a second place, closing government as a third place, and closing opposition as the fourth place. And this is my justification. Opening opposition is the first place because opening opposition successfully proved why capital punishment does not reflect and fulfill the purpose of our country's criminal justice system. And opening opposition also proved that even if capital punishment is imposed, the status quo proves that it isn't effective. Thus, imposing capital punishment only highlights how incompetent our government is in trying to protect and making sure the interests and the needs of our society is first above everything else. And then opening government is second place because opening government mentioned about how jail and other alternative for punishment is just a waste of resource, but however, you cannot be the first in the first place because even though that argument makes sense, I don't feel like the urgency is there because you are killing a person. So regardless of what the person did, I think the case of opening opposition is more relevant and it has more sense of urgency. And then for closing government is in the third place because they talk about how human right and how it is okay to dehumanize people that dehumanize the victim. But compared to the opening government's case, the debate about human right and morality does not triumph the real issues like wasting resources. And then fourth place, closing opposition, because the case by closing opposition is very similar to the opening with no new elaboration or perspective. And as I said, the debate about human right and morality is quite blurred, right? So if you compare the case of the closing opposition to the rest of the benches, I think other benches has a more valid claim and they carry a better burden of proof. And so, and also the case by the closing opposition, most of the arguments were negated by the other teams. So that is my justification. If you have any questions, you can approach me later after the competition. Thank you. Okay, untuk menghemat waktu, langsung ini ya, prelim 2 ya. Okay, so, but before that, I would like to say thank you and congratulations for finishing the first prelim. Now we will move on to the second preliminary round. And for this round, the matchup will be agree to disagree as opening government, Y2K pure blobs as opening opposition, Maulers as closing government, and Alpha as closing opposition. I'll repeat that one more time. Agree to disagree as opening government, Y2K pure blobs as opening opposition, Maulers as closing government, and Alpha as closing oppositions. Any questions? No? Okay, so if you check on the website, the merchant should be there, but I'll read it anyway. So the topic for the second preliminary is COVID-19. Surprise, surprise. But the motion is, this House believes that Indonesian government hasn't done enough to prevent the spread of COVID-19. This House believes that Indonesian government hasn't done enough to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Any questions about the motion? Going once, going twice. Okay, so case building starts now. The debate will start at 1:47. Okay, thank you. So for the debaters that are not debating right now, you can take the time to eat while this round is happening. So we will take turns eating to save time. Okay, thank you. I forgot that this will be a silent round. Okay? Silent round, no verbal adjudication. So you will know the result when we draw the matchup for the grand final. want to go to the toilet, please go to the toilet now. I would just like to remind all of you, before you talk, make sure your voice can be heard through this book.
This is from the Alpha team.
apapun akan kedengaran. Dengan tidak mengurangi sedikit pun kehormatan kepada semua yang hadir di sini, saya minta tolong hal itu supaya jelas, tidak ada yang berbicara maupun menerima telepon. Terima kasih. And for the participants, I want each to make sure, like before you speak, I think it's going to be like easier. It's going to be clearer if you hold the mic. It's okay to just take off. Okay? Because we don't have the masks for the mic to change it every time. Okay, so I think it's going to be clear for us to see, to hear whatever you're saying. Okay? Just bring the mic. Those mics are only for your eyes. Oh ya, kalau misalnya memang lagi dari ini ya. Mana ya?
Udah tahu motion kan? Okay. Without further ado, to open the case of opening government, I would like to welcome the Prime Minister.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am, as the Prime Minister, I'd like to explain about our motion today. This House believes that Indonesian government hasn't done enough to prevent the spread of COVID-19 pandemic. Let me explain first the brief explanation about COVID-19. COVID-19 is a type of coronavirus that started in Wuhan, China in 2019. That is why it is named COVID-19, coronavirus 2019. It was started in Wuhan, China, and it has spread all over the world in just a year. There are so many things that we have learned in COVID-19 pandemics, and this House believes that Indonesian government hasn't done enough to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Let me explain to you first what should have the government done to prevent the COVID-19 pandemic. First, strict rules. The rules has to be strict to make people disciplined to prevent the COVID-19 pandemic. Second, providing enough medical needs. I have an experience here. My sister, she is one of the front lines medical worker in Rumah Sakit Embung Fatimah, Batam. And you know what? For months, she hasn't been paid. She works really hard, leaving her family behind, her husband has passed away, and he works as a front lines in Rumah Sakit Embung Fatimah, Batam, but she hasn't been paid for 2 months. And it is very sad of how the government cannot look into the priority of how important are the front lines. He works, leaving her family behind. He works really hard in the dangerous environment of COVID-19 in the hospital, but then he isn't paid for months. And it is painful for me to know the fact and to make me so proud of this motion that I believe the government team believes that Indonesian government hasn't done enough to prevent the spread of COVID-19 pandemic. How can we prevent the COVID-19 pandemic if the front lines medical workers are weak? They are they are actually our heroes. Without them, COVID-19 would spread so much worse. And the government didn't pay any attention to this, and they even didn't pay her for almost 2 months, even more than 2 months. I don't know the specific amount of salary that she actually needs, but it's very painful to know that fact. And then we know about PPKM, the Indonesian version of lockdown the country, and as all of us have known that the PPKM has made so many controversial in the midst of the society. People are not allowed, people who work, people who have business on restaurant, they need money. They need money to live, but the government didn't pay them a cent. I have a family in the United States of America. And when the COVID-19 pandemic started, and he didn't have work to do, he's losing his job. And one thing that I know, that I feel like, how can't Indonesia be like the other country where the United States pay him a month so he doesn't need to worry about anything. But the business, the small business we have, the small businessmen and businesswomen we have in this country, we're crying to know that there is actually no, even very, if there actually no help from the government to provide for their needs. But that is actually the right of the citizens, but the government didn't pay any attention to it. That is why this House surely believes that Indonesian government hasn't done enough to prevent the spread of COVID-19, but not just to prevent, but how to bring the solution of preventing the COVID-19 with not just improving the economic and not just like forgetting the small people who actually have that source of income with that, but the government stops their business just because of preventing COVID-19 pandemic. That is why I truly believe, based on the fact, based on the examples that I've just given, based on everything that we have seen, we are Indonesia, we have seen how the governments have failed in preventing the COVID-19 pandemic. And I really hope that the government realizes this and starts to change their ways in preventing the COVID-19 pandemic, especially for caring about their precious citizens who are actually their gold, their diamonds. Without any citizens, without any people, country is useless, it's meaningless. Thank you so much, everyone.
To start the case of the opening opposition bench, I would like to welcome Leader of Opposition.
Test. Okay. We are born in a world rooted in cynicism, to treat the police as the enemies and the government as the sole reason why we are not prospering. The determinist mindset that preconditions us to think that if anything or anyone should be blamed upon, it's the system. No system is perfect, yet we continue to demonize the system for creating all this mess. Opening opposition understands and concedes to the fact that sure, there are things that we could have prevented before the pandemic starts, but that will also be condemning the entire neoliberal system for operating for decades. The key takeaway is, as negative the situation is right now, it's a matter of perception, ladies and gentlemen. OO believes that demanding for more is indeed our rights as citizens. However, the demand has become normalized to the point that you are also not humanizing the people that work inside the government body, right? We think that it is easy for the government side to actually blame the government, the actual government, because we are supposed to demand for the bare minimum, obviously, and also like for secondary needs if we have reached our primary necessities. But we think that it is also unfair for the government side to entirely demonize government as the entirety of the system, right? We think that the government is also composed of individuals just like us, laborers working for the citizens. It is the same logic that they are also working as best as they could to make sure that they could actually better serve the community, right? We think that if anything is to blame for, it should be not the government, but the system that has always been operating in the world. It's the neoliberalism system, ladies and gentlemen. We think that the rooted global system of neoliberalism glorifies capital and disrespects labor. And we think that this is not only an Indonesia thing, ladies and gentlemen. This is actually a common occurrence happening in the global, in the entire world. It's not only Indonesia experiencing this. It is also the countries like United States and so on. So we think that if you want to demonize government, it's not going to do anything. Does demonizing the system do anything? We don't think that. We think that it's a common perception that, okay, neoliberalism has really disadvantaged us. Then what can we do? That means, are we living in a miserable world where we cannot, no thank you, that we are living in a world where we cannot make any change? We think that the change is left to us as individuals to make sure that collectives move together forward and make sure that we can solve this problem together, right? We think that there's not enough emphasis on the fact that we as collectives also need to do our bare minimum, which is not something that has been done by everyone, right? We think that what they have been doing is just undermining the progress that has been done, ladies and gentlemen. Now, government has to prove to you if they want to talk about how government has not done enough. First, they should talk about how Indonesia is the worst country that has not done anything significant to make sure that the society can live well despite the COVID-19 situation, right? And second, to talk about how government is only the sole factor to solve a problem, right? We think that these two burdens can be taken on by us. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to know that the country has already done a lot of massive vaccinations, and we are also one of the top countries who actually are leading in terms of vaccination. The government has always been trying to get in and bring in new vaccinations. It's just a matter of how people don't really want to actually get vaccinated, right? Sure, if you say that, well, it's the fault of the government who has already spreaded the fact that, yeah, COVID-19, you can actually cure it by just drinking ginger stuff like that. Yes, we concede that that is the fault of the government at the very first place for not being able to properly stop the spread of COVID-19. But what we should be talking here today is the fact that we are not having a third massive outbreak in Indonesia, right? We are only experiencing two major outbreaks that all countries experience all together, but we do not have a domestic virus that is inside our country, exactly because we think that we are handling it perfectly well. Yes.
About the case of COVID-19 pandemic, Indonesia is one of the worst cases of
Yeah, it is easy to say that a country is the worst at actually handling something, right? But what they need to know is you have to consider why that despite of the situation, we have already tried to give out our extensive capacity within the minimal resources that we have, right? We think that the reason why we have very limited capacity at this rate is because of the neoliberal system, who actually raises people to be corrupted, who raises people to actually be underpaid and overworked in their job, right? We think that this is not right. But if this is what you want to blame for, then you should not be participating in the system at all, right? But what can we do? That is why the reason why opening opposition stands here is to make sure that in order to change the system, it is not only something that is structural. We think that it is also something that is grassroots, right? We think that it is more important that us as an individual should actually impose these collective strict rules amongst ourselves instead of waiting for the government to actually regulate it for you, because we think that this is why socialist communities can move forward, can move onwards, right? We think that when they talk about the frontliners are unpaid, are overexerted, but does this mean that the government keeps wanting to also to overwork their frontliners? This does not mean the case, right? This is simply saying that the government only wants to exploit them. We think that this is not a form of exploitation, but this is a form. This is born out of a situation where people cannot even control their own desire to not actually participate in the spreading of the virus. We think that the government has done a plenty good job in making sure that we are not having even worse outbreaks than currently. I'm not able to return to Malaysia exactly because the fact that the country there is not able to make sure that people are not flying to other cities, other areas during Hari Raya, ladies and gentlemen. I think that Indonesia is doing a pretty good job, considering that I can be returning next year, which is a good thing for me. And it's not only a good thing for me, but it's also a good thing for everyone who wants to actually make sure that we can participate in a post-COVID-19 world, right? We think that this is something that can only be achieved if us as an individual can actually realize that we can solve this problem together without demonizing heavily on the government. My Deputy Prime Minister will talk to you about how regretting and blaming will just result to a more regressed society, which is not not participate into politics at all. So we think that massive vaccination, cash transfers, redistributions, these are things that should have been happening way before COVID-19. But the fact that the system tells Indonesia and other government to do so, we think it's unfair to just demonize the government, right? So that's why we propose. Thank you.
Okay, to end the case of the government, the opening government bench, I would like to welcome the Deputy Prime Minister.
If you guys want to appeal, I please rose from the ground because I will distract my arguments.
Sorry? The mic. Yeah. It's clearer if you hold it.
Am I clear enough?
Okay.
Okay.
Make sure you are heard because if I cannot hear you, I cannot write things down.
Okay. Thank you. Panels. We are trying to propose our motion because we already see what actually happened in the status quo. The opening of the opposition stated that the government only giving us the system that can help the individual to prevent the virus going around the world, around the country, around Indonesia. Yeah, we can accept the fact that the government actually giving us the system and they are trying to giving us the listing things that we should and we have to and we not supposed to. But let's get into this. The system will need and hold on how the government actually lead and act. Seems like the opening of the opposition always say that you cannot just blame the government because of the rising virus because the individual doesn't do really well on stopping the spreading of virus itself. Yes, but where is the government when the individuals doesn't actually do this? Where is the government when the individual doesn't actually prevent the spread of the COVID itself? Where are they? They're supposed to be the lead and the adjudicators on the system itself. This is may not easy as mentioned by the opening of the opposition stated that this is not easy. Yes, no country even said that this type of pandemic is easy. That there is no single country that facing it easily. But let's see on how many countries that actually failed or succeed in order to prevent how the virus spreading. It is true that one individual will also need it to work and taking this seriously. It is just like the government only giving us the system and let us just do what we are going to do. Just do what we already instruct you guys to do. But it seems like they are lacking their hand into ensure whether the system is working or not. Therefore, we are proposing that the motion that we are agreeing that the government hasn't done enough to prevent the spread of COVID-19. They give us the system to prevent the COVID-19, but where are they when actually the individual, when people are doing something wrong that not spreading of the COVID, they are just staying there as if they already give the system and they can just lay back.
Your please. Yes. We think that the government workers are not easily as what they're talking about just simply laid down after making policies, right? We think that even by making policies is a hard thing to do, and also they have to also work tirelessly, just like frontliners. It's just that the physical activity and service is different, right?
I get it, opening of the opposition. You are basically stating that this is not easy for the government. Like I said before, like there is no country actually thinking this is actually as easy as it is. Yes, the country are facing the same thing that you are mentioning before. The country is facing about how it is actually hard and they are giving this and giving that. But as we can see, we are proposing at the motion that the motion only limiting in Indonesia the fact that we are trying to do what the other country to do, but it's just not fulfilled yet. I will get into my arguments. the opening of opposition also stated about the vaccinated that already giving around the country, but we have to agree that the vaccinated that given by the government, sorry to say, it's similarly too late, and it's just too late to give to the people in this nation. The status quo, where we are suffering with the high number of patients, people in other countries such as Europe are, continents such as Europe are getting their second dose already. Well, we are still suffering. What we have to do? When we're still locking down in our house, they already has the dose, the vaccinate dose to support this. Hold on. To support this, the Moderna vaccine are only touched in Indonesia a couple moments ago. When the Moderna actually exists a couple months ago here, it's already there in Europe before, and it's hard for us to find the health supply, or we have to pay double, triple. Remember when we have to pay like affordable for one single mask? Yes, please.
So OG sounds like they're a first world country complaining about first world problems. Like we think that we are actually already receiving the adequate problem to solve to make sure the society receives vaccination. So why are we complaining? Even other countries are also waiting for their society to be vaccinated. So why are you complaining that much?
Because that's what actually happened. Sorry. We are complaining because the vaccinated is late given to us. I will get into my second argument. Indonesians similarly sell their health supply rather than providing the health supply to prevent the COVID-19. Remember when we have to pay we have to pay a lot of money in order that we can get the vaccine. The vaccine is supposedly have to prevent the COVID spread around the country. We have to pay for it, and it is not a cheap money for people who doesn't even have the money for that. And the health supply that used to be so expensive back then now are freely giving to us. This is why back into my first argument that the vaccinated actually is similarly too late. If they can give it free right now, why they cannot give it free right now back then? This based on how the vaccine test used to be so expensive, and we can get it in lower price now and even free. Why didn't give them back then? And even the less can support my argument that people sell the test. If they can give the vaccine, if they can testing the COVID back then freely, then we can stop the spread of the vaccine sooner before the vaccine already, before the COVID already there and doing numbers on us. And another case I support is that the reason on how people are sold an empty vaccine. We already seen that on the news, yes. And from this type of vaccine is supposed to help to spread the virus, yet the government failed on this matter. This is only one case that can support our emotion that the government hasn't done enough to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Thank you.
To close the case of opening opposition, let's welcome the Deputy Leader of Opposition.
We understand the disappointment towards the government, towards the Indonesian government. We understand the ghost side disappointment towards what the Indonesian government has done in the past, but that is in the past. And the government side needs to also understand that the Indonesian government has also made lots of action that has rectified the past mistake. The government, the OG needs to put a stop on blaming it all on just the government, which again they have rectified, and start focusing on what the community need to improve on as a whole, because the problem also largely falls upon the citizen that does not follow the protocol, and yet the community, unlike the Indonesian government, has yet to rectify their mistake, evidenced by the infection rate that goes down and then goes up again. Even though the law is still the same, the PPKM law is still the same, it's not changed yet. And the PPKM law is proven to be working well because the infection rate has gone down. And the vaccination, the programs that the government made has also proven that it is successful. Yes?
So you have to understand that the motion hasn't done anything, but hasn't done enough.
Okay, thank you. So basically, I'm not saying, I understand that the government side is that the government hasn't done enough. But the problem is they make it seem like the OG sides is like the government hasn't done anything. They make it seem like all the government done is like basic stuff, which is like when the government has made rules that has proven to be work, which they don't actually admit, because like again, all their blame largely falls on the government when the citizen has also large effects on the infection rate of COVID too. And again, I would like to say that the OG doesn't. The OG needs to also empathize with the government worker that has worked in the government. The government workers are also human, and as the OG say that they have a sister that has not been paid for months. We empathize with the OG, but that does not mean that the government does not care. We understand that as an Indonesian, that our biggest source of income is tourism and agriculture that cannot be done from working from home, like other sector. That is our biggest fund. And if we need to follow the rules, that means people that work in that sector must also have to work in shift. That means our fund will go down. It's not that the government does not care, it's that the government does not have enough fund to pay OG sister. We really empathize with them, but we also hope that the OG understands that the government is doing all they can within their means. Sure, they have made past mistake, but now they have rectified it, and they are doing all they can. And also they say that they would like to compare the Indonesian situation with USA. Please understand that USA is completely different from Indonesia, whether it's our geography, whether it's our politics, whether it's a form of state, it's completely different. Our country is an island country. This means that we have to pay more on the transportation. And again, which means unlike the USA, which is not an island country, we have to pay more on the ship or other kind of transportation fee. We also need to pay more because we don't produce the vaccine. We cannot produce the vaccine. Like they say that, this is part of my rebuttal. They say that why that the vaccination in Indonesia is late. Well, no, actually, our government is doing as fast as they can to take that vaccine. If I'm not wrong, that the government has actually taken both the vaccine. I think like like 2 weeks after the vaccine is done, and actually giving out to Indonesian. But the Indonesian citizen does not trust the vaccine because there's lots of hoax that goes around in Indonesia. So again, they don't actually touch upon that. It's not that it's also the citizen fault that the citizen fault that is largely in blame. But because of the hoax, people don't want to take the vaccine, and the government has to make more socializing that the vaccine is safe. Even our president, our biggest politician, has also tried to take in front of the camera as like live TV that hey, the vaccine is safe. But even then, the citizens still believe the hoax that the vaccination can cause this kind of thing and that kind of thing. Again, please remember that the government is doing all they can, and you're just demonizing them. And then I would like to say that for my other rebuttals that they say about paying for vaccination now. Instead of back then it was free, but now you have to pay for vaccination. It seems that the OG seems to misunderstood that the paying for vaccination is not from the government but the private institution. The government still gives you free vaccination. It's just that there are some private institutions that sells the vaccination for people that wants it to be fast, that doesn't want to wait for like the next scheduled program, or just wants to do it individually instead of like full of people. That's it. I'd like to bring up my argument. First of all, is the impact on blaming it all just on the government. First of all, blaming it on just the government will create more distrust towards the government. As blaming it only on the government, demonize the government. Look, will you follow someone that you think is a demon? If you won't follow someone that that you think is like, oh, he's really bad, he's really stupid, oh, he doesn't even, like, he acts so slow. Like, will you follow them? No, you won't. Because like, and if you don't trust the pillar of society, the government is the pillar of society, who should you follow? Who? Like, when the citizen doesn't follow the government, they also won't follow the law. And you know what happens when we don't follow the law? Like, for example, you don't, because like of the demonization of the government, in COVID case, you will think that, oh, the government don't know what they're doing, they don't know what they're thinking. The program it means that the program is like just so, it means the program is also bad. Why should I follow the program? And which leads to my second point, which is it will increase apatheticness in the citizen. Like, well, because it will like, when you see like, even the government cannot do even like the government is like terrible at this, like, why should I follow lah? Like, it's going to be bad anyway. Which leads to no accountability from government. That is all from me. Thank
you. To open the case of closing government, member of government, the floor is yours. Make sure you are heard.
Test.
We acknowledge in status quo there are many factions given and load and impulse. These are steps for government to prevent the spread of COVID-19. However, there are only small part of whole government policies among other countries that did the same thing. There are improvisation of the particular country to prevent COVID-19, and principally, Indonesian government is far away from this word enough. So, our stand is that the opposition might argue how big the effort of Indonesian government. The opposition might be okay with current pace of COVID-19 prevention by the government, but as the one who looks at the bigger picture, closing government is not yet satisfied with current effort, and we should not look down assuming there is new possibility of new variant of COVID-19 to enter our territory, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate that our opening bench has indicated the failure of government to keep on preventing. However, what we would like to add and actually focus is on the fact that the Indonesian government has yet to be called success in the COVID-19 policy. Looking at how there is possibility of third wave coming, and yet Indonesia still in the midst of relaxing, and we believe will again fall into shocking condition just like what happened few months ago on the Delta variant on the second wave, ladies and gentlemen. Under this value judgment, we will not propose any mechanism, and our side will prove to you first why government of Indonesia is not under the characterization of successful country to prevent the COVID-19, and secondly, why government considered still not responsible on handling the preventive action. So, response to the opening. The opening bench didn't clarify any standard on how successful country on preventing COVID-19 look like, but we appreciate their effort. On the opposition side of the house, we believe that the opposition side always focus on how it is the people's fault for getting the country COVID-19 worse, ladies and gentlemen. The fact for this is that no one would like to get the virus in the very first place, ladies and gentlemen. But people, in fact, don't know why they are getting that virus in the very first place. We believe that this is not our people's fault, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, that they don't know about this kind of situation. This proves that the government didn't manage to guide their people in the very first place. Okay, if the people is the root of the problem, just like what they said, we say the opposition is too subjective by expecting people to change without the government effort to guide them, ladies and gentlemen. The life of people, no thank you, the life of people depend on the government, economy, and the policy in the very first place. It is government responsibility to make sure the welfare of the people itself. We believe, and simply because of this value, the people is actually, the failure of people is actually the failure of the government in the very first place. So, our argument, first, principles on government responsibility. First layer, characterization of country that able to prevent the country in the COVID-19 in the very first place. We believe that it is important to highlight how a country considered able to prevent the spread, right? So, we believe that firstly, the country has to have the ultimate policy based on the country itself. We all know countries like Australia, New Zealand, or many other countries that are able to prevent this kind of pandemic actually has developed their own pandemic policy, right? They lock down and actually lock down any international barrier, even under low case rate, ladies and gentlemen. But looking in how Indonesia managed this kind of situation, that the situation of the lockdown in our country is simply rehabilitating only, ladies and gentlemen. The policy is out after there is COVID case in higher rates, ladies and gentlemen. And what we can highlight that even when the policy is out, the policy will only available after certain amount of time. For example, if it is out today, then it will be worked on next week perhaps. So this is what we say how problematic the government in preventing the COVID-19 in the first place. So the policy, no thank you. So the policy will only certainly actually not in a very different way compared to other countries. So second characterization on how government or the country able to successfully to prevent the COVID-19 is on how the international field works. So successfully country in managing their COVID-19 condition is only when the neighboring country acknowledge that country capability, that this will be break down into two sections. First section on the dependency itself. Indonesia can be seen as incapable on how their dependency on other country, right? Firstly, Indonesia still depend on other country medical supply. This is how the spread of COVID-19 can still be high. Notwithstanding, it is regrettable that Indonesia has no reliable initial research and development team, ladies and gentlemen, which in the end, Indonesia has to get information of COVID-19 virus variant from the other country, ladies and gentlemen. How to prevent without knowing the situation, ladies and gentlemen. Even if the country knows, we actually say that the dependency indicate how the slow movement and mobility of Indonesia government in preventing the COVID-19. Second section is about the international barrier. We know virus come from international barrier. The prevention of COVID-19 is not only about the local condition. We're also responsible to keep the international barrier clean without spreading it out to foreign country, right? We say Indonesia is still neglecting that issue by actually not looking at that perspective. So second argument is about the responsibility of the government. Firstly, the society needs are actually being neglected, ladies and gentlemen. We say, simple view, we really appreciate big vaccines campaign happening in our surroundings, but if we really investigate, there are still amount of people that need this vaccine in the rural area, which government didn't reach in the first place, right? People that need this vaccine actually can be argued that how people is not getting this accessibility is the government failure, right? And if we argue how people don't want to be vaccinated, like just how the opposition side say, it is because of the stigma of Indonesian government itself, because people don't trust the government on the vaccine. And what caused this distrust happen is because how government unable to efficiently protecting their people. And in order to motivate people like that, opposition believe that it should be done by doing nothing, but we say that is the failure of the government. Secondly, it's about the slow information. The third wave of COVID-19 logic is an identifiable cycle on how the people begin to relax their protocol because government information is slow. The new virus coming in and no one take action. Some simple example, if you go to a clinic to diagnose that you have COVID-19, you might just be told to go home and self-quarantine. The government does not even give any alarm for the neighborhood on that case, ladies and gentlemen. This is how the slow information flowing in. And the third layer is about the not actively tracing action. So why the case of COVID-19 is actually low in this rate is simply because Indonesia is in the situation where the people actually not actively participate in tracing the COVID-19 itself. What has born in the mindset of people is that when people is being vaccinated, they think that they cannot get the COVID-19 again, ladies and gentlemen. That's why they don't want to trace themselves, ladies and gentlemen. And this is what we say as a low awareness. Thank you.
To open the case of closing opposition, I welcome the member of opposition.
Okay, I'm going to start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So what happens in the status quo right now is so much different than what the government has said. So, but firstly, I will have some couples of rebuttal to the closing of opposition, the member of opposition. Firstly, they said that Indonesia is not managed to guide the regulation well or to make the ultimate policy, but we have to remember that Indonesia actually try to spend a lot of money on news, on social media, on YouTube, and also even spending money to public figure to actually spread the news of creating a healthy lifestyle in order for us to be safe from the COVID-19. And also, if we remember that Indonesia already made the regulation for the workers, not just in the city, but also inside of the city, for all the workers to be vaccinated. This means that Indonesia has tried enough to actually prevent the spread of COVID-19. And also, they said that Indonesia very hold on depends on the other country, but we have to realize that every single country in the world are trying to help each other right now. Like what happens in India when the second wave is happening there, Indonesia actually have them. And what happens is we, as Indonesia, getting the second breakout or third breakout, then other countries will help us. So it means that we have followed the international rules of helping each other. And Indonesia has tried enough, not just to helping our country, but also helping the other country. No, thank you. And then things about slow information that being spread, it's already being tackled by my argument of the government trying to spread the news by the YouTube and public figure also. And then I have some couples of arguments here. Firstly, we have to realize that Indonesia is one of the countries that spent a lot of money of buying vaccine, right? And even until now, our country still spend all of the money for us to get vaccine. Means that we're trying so hard to actually not, to actually save our citizens. And then the Department of Public Relations and the Health Department of Indonesia trying so hard to distribute this vaccine from other country to our country, right? It means that we have tried enough. And then the PPKM also made the COVID-19 decrease a lot. And like what happened in Batam, when we are in the very... No, thank you. And then when we are in a very, dangerous level, the PPKM has made it decrease the COVID-19. And then, no, thank you. And then the government also create the vaccine card, the certificate, in order for us to get to know that somebody already get vaccinated and the regulations are being followed real. And then the government also already provide the hotel facility and the camp for those that are being said that positive of COVID-19. And if you remember that in the beginning of our pandemic, Indonesia also spent a lot of money and moment to giving the citizen the inventory of foods, of masks, and hand sanitizer. It means that we save we're trying to protect our, no thank you, we're trying to protect our citizen for being hunger. And we also spend a lot of money on that. The government has tried so hard in order for us to prevent the spread of COVID-19. And if we see all of the current condition in the status quo, means that Indonesia is trying enough to prevent the COVID-19. And if we see that the opening government has said that we have to pay a lot of money, right, to buy the vaccine. But if we see the current status quo, that the student and also some of the workers are being vaccinated freely, freely means they don't have to pay any of payment to get vaccinated. Okay, and then why we have to pay? And for those people that are paid, or for those people that are not prioritized. And who is prioritized right now is the elders, because they are getting easy to get effects of COVID-19. And who else? It's the students, the children who are also being easy to get effects of the COVID-19. That is why we have to pay, some of us have to pay in order for the vaccine is being distributed for those that are prioritized for the COVID-19. Okay, so I'm going to, okay, is there any POI?
You say about PKM, yes, COVID-19 decreased, but how the government treats the society is something that we have to about the motion is it is not enough, not nothing, but how the government prevent is not enough, not nothing. So you have to don't misconception.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so I don't say that the government is successfully, but we have a lot of, things that going on, and it needs process. But right now, what we see is Indonesia has tried enough from what I see, because we already spent a lot of money on vaccinated, and also the department worked really hard to distribute this vaccine, and then the student and the older people are being vaccinated freely. We don't have to pay, right? The PPKM successfully decrease the amount of people that are being positive of COVID-19. It means that we almost there, okay? We almost success. We're almost there of get rid of the COVID-19. And we have to also believe that one day we will free from the COVID-19 if we follow the rules, if we see what the public figure, the politician has already trying so hard to say to us to keep our masks on, using hand sanitizer, and the healthy lifestyles going on. And I think that's all from me. We from the closing opposition really proud to oppose. Thank you.
To close the case of the closing government, I welcome the government whip.
Am I clear? Yep, all right. I'm going to start my speech in 3, 2, 1. As a sovereign government, we think the biggest responsibility you have is to make sure that your people, especially in the pandemic era, is safe and that they have proper access to vaccines, health protocol, and etc. As well as active reminder from the government that they have to keep on making sure that they actually do the health protocols, right? What do we think a successful government looks like? We think that the success is contingent upon four metrics that both opening benches have failed to properly analyze in this debate. 4 metrics. First, how active is the government in checking and tracing the number of active cases? Secondly, how widespread information regarding the virus is? Thirdly, how quick is the vaccination rate of that country? And lastly, how quick the government is in quarantining active cases, right? I don't think that opposition bench can just assume that as CG, we're dismissing the efforts of the government, because the question of the debate is not about whether the government has done something, but whether how much has the government has actually done, right? Summing up on all opposition benches' speech, we can conclude that their whole speech will depend on the idea of maximum effort without looking what are the results and then ending up on blaming the people for spreading the virus, right? Now, I'm going to on my external responses in this debate. I'm going to break this into 2 parts. First, I'm going to tell you why the opening bench was lacking under 2 observations. First, I think both benches were very dismissive about the underlying factors that the spreading is contingent upon, right? The moment they dismiss this is the moment both opening benches fall in this debate. I will explain this more in my substantives later. Secondly, I think both benches also failed to properly analyze the actual vulnerable actors in this debate and who are the actors that should be held accountable, right? But I think OG does a worse job at this because their proposal was all over the place in the end of the day, right? But secondly, let's take a look at the case of opposition bench. They told you 2 things. First, opposition bench says about how it's unfair to hold the government accountable simply because it consists of similar laborers who are also humans. But the question then becomes, what then is the responsibility of the government, right? We don't understand their understanding of how it's not fair, it's unfair to hold the government accountable. But secondly, the moment OO focuses on comparing Indonesia's condition with other countries is the moment OO fails to analyze how the government should work, right? We don't think as a government you can just tell your people, hey, at least we're better than India at containing the virus, right? I don't think this is how you should run as a government in the end of the day. Now coming to my first clash, no thank you, which side properly analyzes the government's responsibility? What did OO tell you? First, OO says the metric on holding the government accountable should be dependent upon how hard the government works and not what the government has done, right? I don't think it's logical for citizens to not have any expectations for the government. If any, all OO is implying is that the government is indeed incapable in the end of the day. Secondly, OO says there's no need to blame the government for their past mistakes and just focus on what they can do for the better in the future, right? As to not become negative Nancy, but we say this is not enough of a justification, and for your information, as a citizen of a country, I will keep on demanding more from my government. But okay, let's play in the world that OO wants us to play, right? We say, even if the criticism is high, we say this is a justified action, right? Because you, and in the first, at the start of the day, if you're incapable, then don't become government at the start. But now let's take a CO's case, right? First, I think CO's case were very derivative of OO's case because I don't see a newer approach overall in terms of breaking down the whole idea of government being innocent in the end of the day, right? But secondly, member of opposition brings up a weird analysis that government has spent enough money, but this is where it's problematic, right? I'll just be honest, I don't care how much money you have spent. If people are still dying, then you are failing at your job. But I think OG fails to properly analyze many things in this debate, but mainly three. First, I think the biggest issue with OG is their lack of process analysis on what's like the baseline or the definition of enough in terms of healthcare and protocols, because we don't think enough is enough, right? As your job is to make sure you act as a safety net to prevent people from tumbling down, right? No, thank you. But secondly, OG limits the understanding of a successful government to only the secluded understanding of actors such as the citizens, but we think it lies far beyond that, right? Preventing doesn't only stop at preventing your country from experiencing bad waves, but how can you collectively prevent from more infections in the future, collectively as in the international world, right? But thirdly, everything OG says is that the government shouldn't act one way or another, but they never mention how they want the government to act in the end of the day, right? Comparatively, I think my member has done a better job in explaining this part. Okay, comparatively, I think as AG, we have brought up, as CG, we have brought up many important aspects that OG has failed. First, we give you a tidier analysis on what causes the Indonesian government to fail as a country, because all OG brought up are just cases where government fails to do something, but I think that idea cannot run if the portrayal of a successful government isn't explained from the very start, right? Which I think my member has done a better job at this. But secondly, we brought up a new dimension on other than just the citizens' distrust towards the government, meaning that other actors such as the international world's perception of Indonesia should also be considered in this debate. But second clash in this debate, which side brings an extensive analysis on what contributes to the government's failure, right? I'm going to break this clash under two observations. First, why the opposing bench is problematic. Notice that all of the opposing bench is revolving around is the idea that we don't and cannot produce vaccine. We have limitation because we are still people in the end of the day. But CG doesn't understand why this is the biggest contention coming from opposition, because the citizen can just say, I don't care, and you're done as a failing government, right? But let's be charitable towards opposition bench. Let's acknowledge that as the fourth most populated country, they would require much more effort than that of Singapore, for example, but this is no reason for the government to slack off, right? Because if opposition bench frames it this way, then they agree with this narrative that indeed the government is slacking off. Yes, please?
So they should be talking about failure, because government only talks about meeting the parameter of success, not enough for adequacy. We have to standardize this by comparing with other countries, because look at Duterte regime, they're still in.
Okay, thank you. But I don't think your citizen will be satisfied with you telling that India is you're better than India at least, right? Because in the end of the day, if your family are still dying, it's not enough of an information to tell that India is doing a better job than Indonesia, right? In the end of the day. But secondly, I think I'm going to break this into two observations. On the second clash is why CG should win first in this debate. I think we win under 2 points. First, we're obviously much more analytical in terms of understanding the biggest issue in this debate, because it's definitely not about capability like OO frames or just enough as OG frames it, and my member has done a tremendous job in filling this hole, right? But secondly, I think compared to other benches, especially opening government, we were definitely more generous in acknowledging the attempts of government and the explanation on why they fail, because even at the bare minimum, OG only focuses on the negative portrayal without explaining you why in the end of the day. So what have we contributed in this debate? First, I think compared to OG, CG has provided you a breakdown of what we think is problematic coming from the government. Why do we think this is important? 2 layers to this. First, we don't think OG, OO, and CO's case can run if their analysis is very assumptive of the situation, because we don't see a fair standard to weigh in this debate, right? But secondly, I think all benches were too jumpy in terms of analyzing the responsibility and accountability of the actors within this debate. Secondly, my member has also brought you a deeper and more analytical approach than that of OG, OO, and CO. So what have we told you in this debate? First, we told you why a wider understanding of the contributing factors to Indonesia's failure, because look, all benches have properly analyzed why new waves fail to properly analyze why new waves keep on coming, simply because the extent of discussion brought up by OG and OO and CG is too limited, right? Because they don't talk to you about how the other countries are perceiving Indonesia, because we think the containing of COVID-19 doesn't only stop you at containing the virus inside your country, right? But secondly, we provide you with a more extensive analysis on what causes the new waves to reappear and what exactly is government doing wrong, such such as false alarm and low tracing rates, and etc. Which is why we as CG is so proud to propose. Thank you.
To close the case of closing opposition, opposition whip, the floor is yours.
Okay, I will start in 3, 2, 1. Dear honorable judges and fellow debaters, first I will review about the government team about the government responsibility to take care of its citizen. In our opinion, that we have taken care of them enough, just from providing incentives and foods when we do the PPKM. And then we have given them free vaccine. We have given them chance to vaccinate themselves for free. And we provide quarantine area for those who are COVID positive while still providing them for their daily needs. And we socialize, advertise, and encourage citizens to get vaccinated, as has been stated by my members of the opposition team. And in my opinion, why the socializing, the advertising, the encouragement for citizens to get vaccinated doesn't work as the government says, it is because I do not want to blame fully the citizens, but it is because of them. They are scared whether the vaccine will bring them the COVID instead, or they do not know where it's from. But then they said that we are still not taking care of the citizen. The government are still not taking care of its citizen. And that we do not check on the people that do not follow protocol. We do. We dispatch our police forces. We enforce them to go home. We inform them. We remind them. But because of that, the citizens sees government as the bad guy, because we force them to go home, we force them to wear masks, we force them to not be close to each other, keep 6 feet apart. And somehow that made us as the bad guy. They made the government as the bad guy because we try to remind them of that. No, thank you. And they also compare the Indonesia to country like USA, saying that USA is better at taking care of their citizens. Their protocols are better than us. I will add that USA is not better than us. They are a developed country while we are developing. How they handle it is because they produce the vaccine while we have to buy from other countries. That's why they are faster in that. But on the incentives, on the quarantine, like PPKM, they also have the problems. Well, people that works does not get paid properly. They do not get incentives properly. They are the same as us. And if you want to compare us, Indonesia, to Singapore and Australia, it is because the difference in geography. It has been stated before that Indonesia is a country with many, many islands, and it is harder for us to keep track of our citizens. And because of that, Singapore and Australia are faster at enforcing their protocols than us. It is not because we are unable to. It is because there are things that we cannot force, like transportation between islands, distributing medication and vaccine between islands. This brings us to the funds, right? Again, Indonesia is not a developed country. We are developing. It is already hard enough for us because we are attacked by our own citizens, saying that we do not do much, we are not doing enough, while we are in fact trying our best. we buy vaccine from other countries because we cannot produce them, and we distribute them freely. And they say it's not enough. They mention about why do we still have to buy it, pay for the priority and for the children. It is because the difference in the content of the vaccine. If you want to inject children with vaccine for adults, the risks are high, so they need another type of vaccine. Different type of vaccines need to be bought again because we want to quickly distribute them to the children in our country so that they can get to school again freely and go back to their daily lives before the quarantine. So for the summary, I will wrap this up. That we deny the government statement of that the government does not give enough. Is not trying enough to prevent the spreading of the COVID-19, and so I will list the things that we have done to help and provide. We provide food and incentives to those who need. We give free vaccines. We provide places, quarantines area for those who are COVID positive, to the point where they are no longer COVID positive and can be brought back to their home. We do socializing advertising that you can see in social media. Whenever you try to play a video on YouTube, you will be given an information about COVID-19. Everywhere, we've done a lot of things. We even patrol to prevent the spread of COVID-19 from the citizens that does not follow the protocol. We have done enough. So that is all from me. Thank you very much.
Okay, that is the end of the first round of the second preliminary, and I would like to reiterate that this is a silent round, so there will not be further adjudication, so you may go back to your seats. Thank you. Those of you who hasn't eaten, you can eat now. And to save time, let's just proceed with the second preliminary round. So the rest of the team is the matchup. Okay, so Real Navy as opening government, the Ancestors as opening opposition, Gen 8 as closing government, and ITEPA as closing opposition. I'll repeat that that one more time. Real Navy as the opening government, the ancestors as opening opposition, Gen 8 as the closing government, and Iteba as closing opposition. Any questions? So the motion for this round still about COVID-19, and the motion reads, this House believes that the stay-at-home mandate brings more harm than good. Any questions? I'll repeat that one more time. This House believes that the stay-at-home mandate brings more harm than good. Any questions? Going once. Going twice. Okay, so the case voting starts now. We will start the debate at 3:16. Minister, the floor is yours.
Am I heard? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, please allow me to open my mask because I want to speak louder. Okay, good afternoon to all of the adjudicators and all of the debaters, and ladies and gentlemen. Me as the Prime Minister would like to define our motion in a simple and briefly definition. So our motion today is this House believes that stay-at-home mandates bring more harm than good. So the meaning of this definition is all of those protocols, all of those mandates that related to make us to stay at home or bring more harm than good, because some of these arguments that I would like to state it, because and I have stated four arguments just like before. So the first argument is related to your social or any relationship with your friends, for example, or any kind of people. For example, a lot of protocols has been met. For example, like 3M for washing your hand and keeping your range and anything else. And the first argument related with the school. What about school? Came to university, even if that some students who already know their school's name or any kind of vision, just like mission that you already seen at the front of their school, but those for only students who had been for the school in a formal situation where they can meet their friends, in the era before the pandemic, just like meet their friends and say, hi, are you busy this afternoon? Or in a simple conversation, for other simple conversation, just like, what about your homework? Can you please teach me? This is a daily conversation that usually I find with my friends. Okay, let's continue to my argument. Teaching is not, and this is make a situation where the teaching and studying is not in a maximum potential or in any kind of that study. Why? Because this stay at home give us some nuance for the same from time to the time. So it gives us less interaction in real life with our friends, just like I said before, some people who are granted, and also this is for the introvert, some people who are granted as an introvert are difficult for making new friends at school because they didn't know their friends in real life. They only know them via chat and WhatsApp. And then we have the alternative, we have the alternative of online class on Microsoft Teams or Zoom or Google Meeting or even in a WhatsApp video call, etc. But the real problem from those online school is the real problem is about the connection, which has been occurred for many students, for many schools, for many class. Students don't feel the nuance of the real school also, since they're only looking and staring in front of their laptops, mobile phones from time to time for 5 until 6 hours in daily life in a 24/7. And also my second argument is related to the economic. So it is totally different within the interaction with other people. It is about the economic cycle, especially for drivers there or people that using the job, and we know their job as ojek, because they get money depend on how many people take to their transportation. Nowadays, we usually look at almost or totally empty seats on transportation like angkot. For example, when I was going to the Tanjung Pinang, there are a lot of angkot who has a really absolutely almost or totally empty seats as well. And also,
Back to the, I'm going to the third argument that related to our protocols, not the protocols about the stay at home itself, but protocols about the healthy if you're going to outside. People are obey those protocols while they're walking outside. A lot of utensils like water for washing hands in a bucket, soaps for washing hands, or any sign, just like cross sign, to keep you arranged for around 1 until 2 meters. And a lot of places has make it and to keep other people stay safe while they're walking outside. And also my fourth argument is still related to those protocols, but it is more about vaccinated, because vaccination makes us more safe. It is decrease the percentage of virus to be spread, and a lot of people already been vaccinated and still obey the protocols as well, as like I said before. So there also has been vaccinated for once or twice or in a different kind of vaccines. And so no need to worry to meet face to face because they are already vaccinated. And also the main key for this thing is because why they know not to be worried because to meet face to face, because they are already obeying the protocols, just like in Batam and also Tanjung Pinang. There are a lot of people who has been cured from the virus, and it is increasing, and the death also decreased. So this is no need to worry for us, ladies and gentlemen, because those vaccination decrease those probability of virus to be spread out. So back again, I have some relevation to my arguments, because all of the vaccination and also some students also get some vaccination, just like students in West Java, just like that. A lot of people has been vaccinated. And also regarding to all of my arguments, we as the opening government agree with this motion that this House believes that stay-at-home mandates bring more harm than good, because all of those arguments that I have stated before. Because stay-at-home is, firstly, it makes you have a less interaction with your friends, and you are getting alone, and you're only looking the same time from time to time. And also, the second argument related to economic cycle, and a job will be less, and some of the drivers didn't get any people to get in, and also people are, and still we no need to worry about these protocols. We don't need to worry to walk outside because a lot of people obey the protocols and also has been vaccinated before, once or twice, just like I said before. Thank you very much.
To open the case of opening opposition, leader of opposition, the floor is yours.
Am I heard? Thank you. Okay, honorable adjudicators and my fellow debaters. I am from opposing position. First of all, I am going to argue about the points that has been made by our fellow government. First one is social relationship. There was a statement that protocols must be done to prevent the COVID-19 spread, and it is a must. And social instruction can also be done by using gadget in this century. That's why it also do more good than bring more harm, because in this century we are utilizing more internet and then gadgets. Also introverts. I understand that introverts are in their personality, they don't really want to go out, and that's the point. If they don't want to go out, then they should make effort by using all those online platforms that has been created beforehand. No, thank you. And then the second one is economics. We do believe that online drivers also creates opportunities in this pandemic by bringing more bringing more something that includes marketing. That's why it from back then until now, I think it is increasing and then getting more known into using this more in this pandemic situation. And then the third one is protocols. Washing hand sanitizer is useful and pretty much very easy because it is the very first thing and the very easy thing that we need to do more, because not everyone actually use their hand sanitizer even though they brought it out or to school. Thank you. And then the last one is vaccinated. The risk is decreased if people are vaccinated because if you are even though you are still on the first dose, the percentage of your being risk is actually decreased, and you do not get into the ICU if you also get the second dose. It is called preventing. And I want to add that bringing good in staying at home, it also creates more flexibility to take care of appointments and errands. And the second one is no interruption, which resolve productivity. And the third one is no expenses for commuting. The fourth one is spend more time resting and spend it with family. The fifth one is punctuality increase, and lastly is social isolation from the society and the pandemic. Staying at home is also another opportunity to save money with remote work or school. Staying at home also impacts the environment, such as gas, using less paper, opportunity to work out more and do eco-friendly diets. Remote work also makes a massive impact on power consumption from the way everything works, like staying at home. Remote work also lessens the impact of plastic usage, and lastly, improve air quality. For example, the case in Jakarta, where the industries are halted, thus making the air clear by reducing carbon monoxide. In conclusion, we as the opposition does not believe that the staying at home actually do more good than harm. Thank you. That is all from me.
To close the case of the Urbaning Government Bench, Deputy Prime Minister, the floor is yours.
Thus, I'll start in 3, 2, 1. All right, the honorable directors and all the participants that come here, let me tell my argument. So this House believes that the stay-at-home mandate brings more than good. Of course, we agree that stays at home mandate brings more harm than good. By staying at home, it makes most of people are lazy to do the activity outside. They tend to not to socialize with the other people outside, and they are not become not to be able to interact with other people, and maybe time by time they will lose interest to meet other people and just being depend on their self, just being depend on their strength. And they start to think that they don't need other people's help. As we know, we are a social woman that needs other people's help. But at the end of the day, we just human beings that need other people's help. All right, I will discuss from the health aspect. If people stay at home all the time in the house, they become lazy to do the physical activities like workout, jogging, and etc. All right, first one, we loss of muscle strength. Just being at home may feel comfortable for most people, but being inactive makes the body weak. The reason is daily activities outside home involve a lot of physical activity so that it helps the body trains muscle strength. Physiologist Kate Barr says it takes months to build muscle strength, but only takes a week to lose muscle strength. Humans
humans tend to lose muscle more quickly because the lack of physical activity outside the house. And finally, the weakened heart and lungs. The humans tend start to weaken their heart and lungs if you do not do physical activities outside without the help of the sunlight, which is sunlight is good for the human health. Your heart rate will not increase when the heart is not pumping with all its might, and the heart becomes weaker, and that's because the lack of activity outside the house without the help of the sunlight. Okay, so that's for me, and we do believe as well that stay at home brings more harm than good. Thank you.
To close the case of the urbaning opposition, Deputy Leader of Opposition, the floor is yours.
I will start my statement. So this House believes that the stay-at-home mandate bring more good than harm. And as stated from my friend previously, that of course I will state for about some aspect. The first one is, have you guys ever wondered about the most affected people that being affected by this pandemic? The first one, of course, we always think about the frontline medical workers as they work without stop in this pandemic, starting from the end of the 2019, and they left their families in real life, and they don't have really time like us to have engaged and everything, and so they could decide their time to serve patients of COVID-19. And do you think if we don't really stay at home, it will save their timeless work, or it will put some respect of them? And then the second point is the risks of mobility. We, as a normal people, might think that this pandemic is gone, yet the number of people being affected is still counting. You can just see the statistic scores of that, and lots of news headlines about that. And they sometimes forgot and don't realize that the virus is highlighted once again, is still there. Because of these conditions, this virus might spread one to another easily. It's because of the risk of mobility that this day we found out the school has already opened for everyone, so people are going to work and people are going to schools, and it can be come from the very, very small factor. And let me just highlight it in this one. In education environment, as I mentioned previously, mostly students have a thought that maybe that it is okay for us to not just warm our mouths just for about a minute, maybe, or for about quiet sometimes, but they don't really highlight it that the spreading of this virus is so very fast, and it is rapidly affected people. They don't have time to affect someone's, and it is a real case. And no, thank you. And we don't really know what a safe place is in this environment in this pandemic. Have you guys ever wondered that someone is really in a good and a fit body after all, if they are pleased to go to outside and not staying at home? So yes, keep work and study at home brings the good of preventing, no thank you, of preventing the spreading of COVID-19. No thank you. No one will take this risk to be responsible if you are a worker, employee, or student. Ladies and gentlemen, if someone, a student or an employee being affected of COVID-19, there will be no one would take this kind of responsibility, right? For example, if someone has been affected and positive to be a patient of COVID-19, so who will be responsible of this? And of course, the virus itself will affect the status of the person, not only the health of the person. This is why the risk of mobility is really, really a big issue to be discussed further. they will feel a little bit of pleasure, everything, and they are afraid to be charged as the spreading of the virus. And of course, they will feeling guilty. And the third point that I want to explain is that it is feeling safer for us than going outside. Of course, I'm talking about the mandate of stay at home. The mandate to us, no thank you, the mandate to stay at home is issued after a very long consideration for the government. Of course, it is based on a real life in this our environment. This COVID case is real. People are dying, and what will you do as the authority then regulated your citizens to stay at home? And you guys know, of course, these viruses are being mutated. There are so many new types of virus these days, and they are stronger than ever, of course. And people are not being educated enough and not really understood yet enough after that about this kind of mutated virus. And of course, this virus is still out there. Then staying at home and staying at home as the government is the least thing that we can do as a good people of the government to decrease the spreading of the COVID-19. Thank you.
To open the case of closing government, member of government, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I also stand here for June 8, and we are going for the motion that the stay-at-home mandate brings more harm than good. I know the reason why this initiative. I know the reason why they brought this initiative. It was to prevent the spread of the COVID-19. And I must say that the stay-at-home mandate has separated people from their societies. It has separated people from their churches, from their mosques, and their temples. Ladies and gentlemen, I must say that everyone is a good book to get an idea from. By coming together, we get skills. We get ideas to develop ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin my point, I will say that the stay-at-home mandate causes stress. Why? People are saying that we should stay at home and perform some activities like exercising, watching movies, playing games, and many more. But I must say that if you are doing the same things or repeating them, it causes stress. We should know that every problem is a problem. Ladies and gentlemen, the virus is killing, but being emotionally sick can kill you easily. People are causing suicide and other forms of or other ways of losing their lives. Why? Because they are stressed. Okay, the second point is that it has increased domestic violence. And a lot of people are thinking that the stay-at-home mandate will bring the family together. But looking at statistics, it is said that domestic violence has increased. Violence against wives, violence against children at home. Ladies and gentlemen, to go further, I must say that a lot of people are being shipped, being raped, and other form of murder against them. This is all because of this stay-at-home mandate. To move on, ladies and gentlemen, I would say that it has increased cyberbullying. A lot of people stay online because they think it is the comfort zone. They can't meet their friends anymore. And that they go online in order to communicate with others. And the comments that a lot of people get on their post kills them more. That is why we are saying that the stay-at-home mandate is killing a lot of people, or it is causing more harm than good. Ladies and gentlemen, my last point here is that it has made it very difficult for students to come together to do their assignment or their project. And I have experienced this. It is said, and I quote, it is said, and I quote, that experience is the best teacher. Ladies and gentlemen, I am doing SE, which is Information Systems. Ladies and gentlemen, we deal with a lot of code in the programming. It may be said that Teams and Zooms are some of the platforms to meet and discuss about projects. But I would say that it is not enough. We need to come together in order to develop our ideas to build apps. A lot of code that we code every day are not working. In other words, we get errors. Why? Because we are not getting the enough help from our group members. So I must summarize here that the stay-at-home mandate brings stress. It has increased domestic violence. It has also increased cyberbullying. And lastly, it has made it very difficult for students to go by their activities. Thank you.
To open the case of closing opposition, member of opposition, the floor is yours.
Check. The Honorable Adjudicator and Audience. The spread of the coronavirus both in the world and in Indonesia continues to increase from day to day. Many experts suggest a number of ways to suppress the spread of COVID-19, starting from wearing masks, washing hands with soap in running water to maintain a distance. In addition, the public is also asked to comply with the importance of staying at home to suppress and prevent the spread of the coronavirus. What happened was, however, many residents do not pay attention to this and choose to return to their hometowns for various reasons. What happened? The transmission of the coronavirus was increasingly significant in the area. For example, is the distribution of homecomers to the family in the area. The government said cyberbullying are increased due to this mandate. Cyberbullying is the thing that exists from long time ago before pandemic. So we just need to doing the usual thing to reduce cyberbullying, but we doing double from the usual. And the government said that staying at home made difficult to find job, especially for transportation entrepreneurs such as Gojek and public transportations and so on. Oh, come on. Charles Darwin once said, the creatures that last the longest are not those who are the stranger, but the creatures that last the longest are not those who are the strongest, but those who can adapt. And no, thank you. And also, as humans, I think we are the king of creatures that can adapt in this world. And if staying at home causes more harm than benefits, it is not what the government is doing in vain. Of course, the government will not want to do anything in vain, right? All possible things that will happen, of course, have been carefully thought out. No, thank you. And in fact, the advantage of being at home alone has suppressed the spread of COVID-19 a lot. Yes?
Formally, I didn't say the Gojek. I said Ojek in the definition of conventional transportation, not Gojek by online. Thank you.
Okay, I think Gojek and Ojek is the same thing. It's just different name. And also, about muscle growth, you don't need to run around the field just to exercise, right? It is not worth the risk caused. No, thank you. Don't forget, the gym is the biggest example that you don't need to leave the house because exercise can be done at home. You only need to open the training video on YouTube, and now you can exercise at home. That's why I definitely disagree that stay at home bring more harm impact than a good thing. Thank you.
To close the case of closing government bench, government whip, the floor is yours.
Okay. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Delegates, COVID-19, stay at home, or might be brought more harms we know. Maybe stay at home are safe, but somehow there is no kind of thing, there is only safe in this world. There is also a harm, remember that. Some causes of stay-at-home mandate that can cause harm can be several points that we will be mentioned over here. Some cases are for the work of laborers and organizer, and some of them is for the home. Or we can say that about security or insecurity. What about work? Work is about for laborers. We're talking about laborers. Stay at home for laborers is not good for them. Why? Why that it is not good? Why it is not good for them? Why they really are not good, and it brings harms to them? Why laborers? Since laborers are working at field and suddenly having a stay-at-home mandate, it is really any harm for them. It is really difficult for them to adapting on that. And then about organizing meeting or about organizing something, maybe even and everything like that, stay-at-home are not recommended. We think that these stay-at-home things are only decreasing the effectiveness of how the person on works, and about the security or insecurity of someone of someone's social skills. It can be decreasing their socialization or social skills, which this is a value, and might be affecting towards their social, like conversing with other people, talking and everything, having daily conversation, maybe gossiping and everything like that. It really are affecting. Stay-at-home mandate is really a harm. They might be a harm, but it can be for another aspect, like for work, school, and home. It cannot be only coming from, because I'm working, the stay-at-home mandate is only bad for working people. No, it's not only for Gojek, and it's not only for Angkot people. It's not only like that. There is also school. There is a lot of people that is having school. They are studying also. And then there is also the stay-at-home is not only affecting that part of the individuals, but also the people inside their house. How they want to shop to the grocery store if they only need to stay at home. Although the other bench is also talking about technology that I will be mentioning about that later on. We, the CG, believes that the stay-at-home and that not bring any good, since these really are correlated at how someone's mental health depends on. Talking about mental health, several cases might be appear such as anxiety, nervousness, depression, frustration, and so on. Government believes that stay-at-home might be beneficial but also a harm. So this we propose that it might be beneficial but also a harm, since there is several but we want to propose that there is several things that they can do. Maybe they can do activities that they or any individual can do. For example, like cycling. Maybe doing some sports. Maybe there will be some benches will be asking about activities are okay, but there is also COVID. We are talking about COVID right now. Well, activities are okay. Also, it will be limited, and it might be some cases of COVID that will be increased and everything. But about that, we will tell them to still follow the protocol, the health protocol. So we propose for all activities they need to do still follow the health protocol. OG was mentioning about it is good to know about the school environment and the use of the technological and disadvantages about the technological, also the economical cycle. But suddenly, all mention about technological, but they also forgot about how it can disadvantage them, especially in stay-at-home mandate. Although technology can be advantageous, but OG also mentioned that it is disadvantageous. OG said in the end about economical that why the mandate is a harm, since the system are not stated completely. Socialization is not equal for all of the people. Some of them might be know, oh, stay at home is good, but there's also some of them didn't know that stay at home is having any harm. Stay at home is good, but they also think about this as a harm for them. So not only they can go out for work, it is really difficult for them to stay at home. Searching for work already difficult. Stay at home also difficult. So I'll also mention about using gadgets. What I mentioned just what was we mentioned before. Using gadgets are good, but it's not the points are stay at home, hand sanitizer. But sometimes there is also cases that that house of family who always using hand sanitizer and everything was the one who affected by the COVID itself. Was what we need to talk about. Or talk about how stay-at-home are good for online drivers, but what about a non-driver, a non-online driver? We want to mention about adapting, and also using technology environment are good. What about stay at home with gadget? Well, not sure. Yeah, since we know that there is a lot of disadvantages, maybe about obsessed with the technology because we are staying at home, everything about that. And then about what CG also mentioned before, that the cyberbullying and the violence domestic can be happen because they are influenced by the stress that they got. They didn't have the time to socialize with everyone, and this can be affecting their mental health, and they can be abusing one another just because the reason was only because I'm stressed because of the stay-at-home mandate. Talking about Delta form, no one at the opposing benches talk about technology. No one at the opposing benches talking about technology disadvantages. It is more small things affect big. They talk about Delta things, but they didn't talk about how can this impact the disadvantages of the technology. About obsessed with them. And she also mentioned about cyberbullying is a long time ago, but what about it's a long time ago, but because it's a long time ago, it's not because we need to stop about them. Thank you.
To end the debate and close the case of closing opposition, opposition whip, the floor is yours.
Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me give my recapitulation about our opposite. The COVID-19 virus has spread across the world, infecting millions and causing many disruptions on many aspects. COVID-19 has become a pandemic in Indonesia since the first case have been positively diagnosed on March 2020 and the cases have been increased gradually per day. The spread of COVID-19 prompts state and local governments to implement a variety of policies, such as stay at home, involved in all health base. With stay at home, we could reduce physical contact with people, so it could reduce the spread of this virus too. As my team said before, at this era, socializing can be done by using internet or we known as social media. We could still connect it with people without being physically contact because vaccinated doesn't protect you 100% from COVID-19. With staying at home, we also can spending much time together with other house members. We also could doing body exercise from home and on this COVID-19 pandemic that spread very easy from one to one, that was a best idea to stay at home so we can prevent the spread of COVID-19. The outbreak of COVID-19 have taught us the importance of hygiene and disciplined lifestyle. It has shown us the simple way of living and brought back attention to healthy practice like washing hands, using masks for the sake of good life. At the end, stay at home mandate is one of the best ideas to reduce and suppress the spread of the novel coronavirus disease 19. That's all from me. Thank you.
That is the end of the second round of the second preliminary. Again, this is a silent round, so you can go back to your respective seats. Thank you. team agree to disagree.
while waiting for the next announcement, I would like to announce that the certificates, all certificates, will be given later on after, like in the end of the round. Okay, after the grand final. Okay, all the certificates directly. Thank you.
So the matchup would be Y2K Pure Blobs as opening government, Agree to Disagree as opening opposition, Iteva as closing government, and Maulers as closing opposition. Any questions? Once again, Y2K Pure Blobs as opening government, Agree to Disagree as opening opposition, Iteva as closing government, and Maulers as closing opposition. Okay, so the motion for the grand final. Are you nervous? Okay, so that is the motion for the final. This House believes that centralized monetary system, so for example, traditional banks, is better than decentralized monetary system, for example, cryptocurrency. The one in the bracket is just an example, a guide for you to know what is the meaning of centralized monetary system. And the same with the decentralized monetary system. One of the example is cryptocurrency. Any questions about the motion? Going once, going twice. Okay, case building starts now. The debate will start at 4:30. Good luck, everyone. Also, commiserations for the ones that did not make it. If you need any feedback on your team, what you could have done better, you can always approach me, okay? Thank you. Okay, let's start the grand final. Before we start, I would like to remind everyone to keep your silence. If you need to make a phone call, please do it outside. And for the debaters, make sure you are heard. Okay, so without further ado, let's start the grand final round of this debate. And to open the debate and to open the case of the opening government, Prime Minister, the floor is yours.
Test. Test. Okay. I'll start in 3, 2, 1. The economy is a complex system to work around. You need to regulate policies for the market to continue running, but at the same time, individuals' behaviors are different. It's essentially a study to learn the irrationality of human decisions in creating economic-related activities. And in a bigger sense, from macroeconomics, it is important to consider all spheres of the society to ensure how the economy is run. Opening government realizes the importance of making sure that the decision is actually considering the society on whether the market can be more accessible towards them, on how what the society deserves will be represented under the government. We think that by decentralizing the system, it's not going to fully uphold democracy enough because it's not in line with liberalism, and we also think that it is not the way how you should handle a national scale stuff, right? We think that by decentralizing the economy, we think that we're just going to let the elites and the greedy to make decisions that are not representative enough of the people, right? So what is it in the status quo? How does economy work in the status quo? We think that it is already centralized enough. There are people in the there are ministry, there are people, there are structural bodies containing technocrats and economists who already have their plans to make a major plan on how the economy shall be run, on what kind of things that they should resort to when the economy is falling down, on what the things that they should do when things like the pandemic start to rise. We think that this is much more cohesive and this is much more of a cohesive action plan that could be done in order to mitigate all the problems that we face, right, economically. So we think that decentralizing here means that we are letting private entities to hold the power to make decisions about a national scale system, right? We think that this should not be the case. Why? We think that regulating economy should be about making sure that people get what they deserve and what they need, right? This means the necessities are fulfilled and making sure that things are accessible for them. My deputy will talk about how accessibility will be something that the private entity will meddle in a lot. We think that we should make the reason why private entities exist is because they want to maintain their self-interest, their corporate interest, in opposition towards to maintain a collective and a national interest, right? We think that people deserve to have what they need, but what happens here is that there's going to be people who think that they should have more than more than what they need. This is the reason why we need to tax the rich also, right? We think this because that they are actually doing things on the name of charity when in fact they have more than what they need to help the people. We think that with the fact that these kind of people exist, just like Elon Musk and also Steve Jobs, we think that it's better for the government who has genuine interest to help the society to run the economy, right? Other than that, we think that when you regulate the economy with people who are with private entities, this means that there is no structural hierarchy on making sure how the economy is run. We think that this looks like what? This looks like a country that has no stability. Why? This looks a lot like people on online forums just trying to give out their opinions, making sure tell that this is how you should do something. This is how the government should do something. This is not going to be a cohesive enough, because why? Because an economy and also the market needs people's trust in order for the market to run, right? When there are dividing opinions, there will not be enough confidence in order for the market to continue running. We think that this is a very important thing to discuss, because different corporates have different interests to maintain, ladies and gentlemen. But what we know for sure is that it's not about making sure and ensuring that society's interest is within their line, right? We think that this is very problematic, because we think that in the current status quo, it is already okay to have their opinions heard, but not to the point where they have to meddle in with the system, right? We think that because when we are talking about democracy, we need to talk about how they are not representative of the people's voice, right? Then the very basic thing is like this. Private entities exist to provide additional benefits or additional stuff that the government could not provide. But we think that essentially the thing that the government provides is there. It's just that it's not as good as private. Private entities' existence is supposed to be complementary, not the quintessential, right? We think that it is more important for the government to ensure that they have more people who can actually stand by and do decisions for them, instead of just random people in the private entities not knowing what the actual situation in the country is like, because they cannot even take care of their own people in the businesses. Why would they make decisions for people who are nationwide, right? We think that this is very problematic, because they are usually only working on a small scale context where they cannot really even take account of their workers properly. We think that this is very harmful, because because if the fact that they cannot take care of their people properly, then how will they take care of the entire society well? We think that this is just going to be something that is harmful for the economy at the end of the day. We think that there should be a decisive plan, because it materializes on a national scale. We don't think that we should give power to just random people, and in this case, private people who are private entities who are not even knowledgeable enough in managing the system, right? We think that there are people, the people in the government entities are those who have already been told how to do something when a problem arises. We think that there's a reason why government handles everything, right? Because they have been the one managing the system, right? And even though the steps that they have ever taken before might be something that is risky, we think that there's already corrective mechanisms such as think tanks and and professors who major in economics. We think that this is all enough to make sure that the government won't do the same mistake when they try to make something for the country's economy, right? We think that it's better for the country to stay centralized, exactly because the government always has the society's interest in mind, making sure that accessibility is their utmost priority. Then, what should the opposition challenge? What should the opposition prove to you here today? Is to make sure that accessibility is something that they will uphold. Tell us why patents exist. Tell us why corporations are always competing with each other, if not for making sure that the brand will be the one that is exposed the most. Tell us why corporations exist for the good of the people, right? If they are not able to prove about this, then we think that they should not take part in a larger part of the society where it is harmful for corporations to replace the role of the government. Thank you.
To open the case of the opening opposition bench, Leader of Opposition, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. After I heard all the arguments from the Prime Minister, I didn't find any specific definition of our motion today. The Prime Minister didn't explain much specific definition of our motion today. She didn't explain much specific about the currency and about our motion today. So what I've caught from what the Prime Minister has said that she really focuses on stability. she seems like forget what is inflation. Okay, let me explain to you what is inflation and how does it happen. Inflation is a measure of the rate of rising process of goods and services in an economy. Inflation can occur when prices rise due to increases in production costs such as raw materials and wages. We have experienced a lot of inflations in our country, in Indonesia, so many times, especially in 1998. And at that time, the centralized bank was not really exist, but the centralized banks are the ones who control the economy back then. But then inflation happened. But the Prime Minister keeps telling about the stability and everything, but the fact is the status quo is stability does not really happen if the central banks control the economy. So a surge in demand of products and services can cause inflation as customers are willing to pay more for the product. So I want to clarify of how do central banks control inflation. When it needs to absorb money to reduce inflation, the central banks will sell government bonds on the open market, which increases the interest rate and discourages borrowing. Open market operations are the key means by which a central bank controls inflation, money, supply, and prices, but this not actually happens all the time, because sometimes inflation happens and central banks fails to control the inflation, and yeah, I think you guys have got my point. So why this house believes that centralized monetary system is not better than decentralized monetary system, which means decentralized monetary system is much better than the centralized monetary system like traditional banks. And the example of the decentralized monetary system is the cryptocurrency. So the first is we can make an international currency. We don't depend on other countries' currency. Oh, sorry. We don't depend on other countries' currency, so it is easy and can be useful in every country. So we are not based on banks and everything. So when we do process of economy, when we buy and selling things in other country, or we do economic process of our lives, we don't need to depend on the requirements that are given by the centralized bank, because we are the one who controls. And as the Prime Minister has said, that let the elites make decision, let the government make decision and everything. But the fact is, stability does not exist even though those elites people, the government make decision over the economy of the country. And then it is more modern and we can freely use it without any requirements of the central bank. Otherwise, the centralized monetary system is less efficient. With centralized monetary system, the process of currency exchange is more complicated and cause inflation, and if not done properly. And if it is not careful, the inflation can cause a very dangerous impact of the society. But with the decentralized monetary system, that thing can be prevented. Thank you so much, everyone.
To close the case of the opening government bench, I welcome the Deputy Prime Minister. The floor is yours.
Okay. Economy is one of the pillars of the country. It makes society works. Society need to, the reason society is working well right now is economy. And one of the reason is like, this is one of the reasons why we need it to be stable. We incredibly need it to be stable. The current status quo has worked well for thousands of years, and it is and the reason why is because it is stable. Sure, there are some inflation here and there, but if we are using the decentralized economy system, it will become even more unstable. The opposition team has said that inflation happens in both centralized and decentralized system. But please understand that decentralized is much more unstable. For example, I would like to give you an example about Dogecoin. Dogecoin is one of the example of cryptocurrency. And Elon Musk one day just tweeted Doge, and suddenly the cryptocurrency just goes up just by some millionaire tweeting Doge. And Elon Musk obviously is like, since he's in this system, in this Dogecoin, he obviously wins lots of money. But what about people that lost from this kind of thing? So yeah, which is the reason that like it shows that just one person can tweet and then make their money goes up and down. It's very, very unstable. And which is why we don't think that a system that can be infected by one person, for example, again, Elon Musk, or a bunch of people in a Reddit forum, for example, is the Wall Street Reddit forum, which is like a bunch of guys affecting cryptocurrency, and it creates lots and lots of people that is in the Wall Street Journal to be bankrupt, which is why this shows like how unstable it is. And we like to say that the impact is very, very severe. And which is why I want to go to my second rebuttal, is that they say that for decentralized system, you don't have to go through the requirement that's given by the centralized bank. But the problem is that a centralized bank is also managed by the government. And that requirements that are given by the bank is also given by the government. And it is for the good of society. Currently, there are not many laws in the decentralized system, which is in the especially cryptocurrency, which is why it is used a lot in the black market. People use cryptocurrency because it is not very managed by the government, and there's lots of heinous crime that is being done with cryptocurrency. For example, back then in Australia, people are buying child pornography with these cryptocurrencies. And not only that, cryptocurrency is actually affecting your privacy. For example, if you're going to go to like, for example, like 123 movies and such, layar kaca 21, your private information is being taken for the cryptocurrencies. Okay, then I'm going to go to my arguments, which is why is first of all the NFT, how it affects the environment. First of all, the machine takes lots of space. It takes lots of plots of land, and for them to take that plots of land, that means you're gonna need to cut down trees. Sure, they're probably going to say that well, cash money also needs to cut down trees, because money is used by cash, right? Like by trees and such. But the problem is the effect on the cryptocurrency effect on the environment is much more bigger, especially other than taking up space, it also gives energy pollution. And what is energy pollution? What I mean is, for example, air conditioner, and also the harmful substances that is being given like out from that machine. The second one is I would like to extend what my member has said, that is the stability. I like to extend more in that. Why instability can cause bad economy. So a system needs to be stable for society to be able to use it well, right? That's our common ground. But and economic instability can cause inflation. It can cause lots of things. It can not to mention unstable economy can actually disturb economic activity. Why? Because for example, right, today this paper is worth 1,000 lah. And then because of like cryptocurrency, like I said before, it goes up and down so fast, and can be affected by lots of people, especially the private company or millionaires. So for example, if like tomorrow, like some guy tweeted out like paper, and then it goes up, like the price goes up, right? Like how are people is going to like take put the price when the price is not stable? So like it's going to obviously disrupt economic activity, right? Because like it's not going to just disrupt the seller. It's also going to disrupt the buyer. Like paper is used for lots of things. That means like lots of economy is going to be affected. And if like I said before, if a certain figure can just make the value of a currency goes up and down, is it really like good? Is it a really good system? A really good economy system? Second of all, like I would like to ask like the mechanism, like there are many kind of cryptocurrencies. Like, so which one are you, like if you were going to say it's better, like which one are you going to like say? Because like there's like lots of cryptocurrencies, like which one? And then the third one is like government. I'd like to say that I have 2 points here, which is one, first of all, it diminishes the government role. If a millionaire can affect the government, for example, like the Elon Musk one, for example, can affect the economy, like it means that they can, for example, like to this extent, for example, just one day go up and down, right? It means that they can even do more than what they can do now, especially we know that private company is actually affecting our policy right now. But in an economy that is unstable, in an economy that can be so easily affected, like how, like that means they can even do more. They can even blackmail, like, today I'm just I'm gonna affect this cryptocurrency. If you don't agree with this policy, I want you to agree that that this certain area is used for me to put my harmful substances. If you don't agree, I'm gonna affect the economy. Like how, like they are going to have more roles. Private company that doesn't care about the society is going to have more role in this kind of system. So no, we don't think that this kind of system is actually better than the current system, especially like when we consider that the government is putting this requirement. The government because they care about the society, and that is all from me. Thank you.
To close the case of opening opposition, Deputy Leader of Opposition, the floor is yours.
Panels. One thing that we can have to be agree with the government system, with the government side, is the fact that they are mentioning about the government has to be providing anything that must be good for the society itself. We agree on that place. But what if the good thing that they are always mentioning at the very first place is not what they thought it will be? The first thing that they are mentioning is that the fact that they are opposing the idea that we are believing into the nationwide ruler. But the question will remain, what if the actual thing that actually good and do better is not our government, but instead the one who do better is the nationwide? We have to consider about that fact, panels, because just because we are not so close and we are not so understand about this currency or the system like that, it doesn't mean that it's just not doing so good in our system and our society itself. The more concern on this matter is that the fact that it will more unstable compared to the centralized monetary system, because there are many of possible crime in the decentralized monetary system. Ladies and gentlemen, when we are trying about stable and unstable, in both monetary system, we can always never find any stability. If we are mentioning about how the cryptocurrency 1% can affecting cryptocurrency, then we can see that one single day can affecting our currency itself. As for example, if we are closing into some kind of a big day, such as a Christmas and other big days like that, therefore we can see how the currency itself gonna be like up and down. The thing that we're supposed to be in that price, we can buy double-ice if we are closing into those big days. So it just doesn't have sense. It just doesn't make sense if we are thinking that the centralized system is just going to be more stable compared to the centralized system. Price stability will always exist in both. Price instability will always exist in both party and centralized and decentralized. And here is panels why we are opposing the motion, because as mentioned by the government side, they are mentioning about that we have to provide anything that good for the society. Therefore, we can proposing the decentralized monetary system, because it will help a lot on the country itself if we are following the international, if we are following the decentralized monetary system. The currency that on this decentralized monetary system is it's the same, and it will help a lot on international transaction system, which is if the government trying to providing something that is not eventually exist, if the government doesn't actually providing something that exists on that country, we can buying it in other country, and the price will not be and the price that we are buying will not gonna be the disadvantage of the currency difference will not affecting them. Yes, please. Okay. Okay, if we are trying to say that the rich are always richer, it doesn't have any proof that the people who are using the centralized monetary system will always only be bringing the stability, and it's not like the rich gonna stay like that, and the poor will get riches if you are using if you are using centralized monetary system. Therefore, it has still no other and certain proof if the decentralized will always making the richest going rich. There are many cases of people who actually doing good in investing of Bitcoin. It doesn't, and the fact that Bitcoin are rising nowadays, that people are trying to learn about it, it simply tell us the fact that the centralized monetary system exists and trying to get into our environment right now. The government also stated about the environment that caused by the field of the cryptocurrency. We understand about that, and yes, we are saying that both centralized monetary system and decentralized monetary system are indeed destroying our environment. We are trying to find something that if the results are the same, if the side effects are the same, or destroying our environment, then we at least have to find something that makes it work. We both gonna destroying the environment indeed. Yet, if the decentralized giving more worth and good side effect compared to the centralized monetary system, then we can have that and we can take that for the environmental side. We can bring furthermore thing that we can apply on that make sure that even though we are using the decentralized monetary system, the side effect of environmental being destroyed are going to be less and less. It just doesn't have any proof that that the centralized monetary system will always winning because they're not destroying. Both are destroying, but we have to find which one is worth it to risk. Yes. I understand, but as I've mentioned before, that both of it is just gonna have the risk on the environment. Therefore, we have to find something that giving a side effect, as I mentioned before. Why the centralized monetary system is worth to risk and worth to be worth to take the risk for? Because first, the security of the centralized system is higher compared to the centralized monetary system. They are a cryptocurrency. Therefore, the security that exists out there is more safe compared to the traditional bank, as for example. And then this reflecting on the fact that when we are going to the bank, there are so many things that we are take a lot of notes, and our data can be easily get hacked. And through the security of this decentralized that higher compared to centralized monetary system, we are not saying it will turn into zero. The security risk still exists, but it will lesser the security risk. It will lesser the hacked risk on the monetary system. Also, back again into my first argument that it will help a lot into the currency difference. So if, like just said, the government trying to expand and making the country good, and we are trying to buy something in the other country that it's more better, that are not accessible inside of the country. Therefore, if we are buying it, it will be easier. And also the government side already agree that the government should giving the best good and for the society. Therefore, the currency difference that less and loss in the centralized monetary system can be seen as something good. Thank you.
To open the case of the closing government side, please, I welcome member of government. The floor is yours.
Check. The honorable adjudicators and audience. Cryptocurrency have recently made a lot of noise and have become a phenomenal investment instrument. No wonder many people flock to their funds to this asset. Ironically, the high price tag of crypto is accompanied by many criminal or fraud cases involving the digital currency. As a result, many people, instead of making a profit, even stagnate with a jumbo values. Not long ago, a major case occurred in Turkey, which added to the list of crypto investment crimes. And also, Saudi Arabia's central bank should not get involved with cryptocurrency as many assets deals with criminals. As reported by Arab News, his statement was made by Saudi Arabia Governor Fahad Al-Mubarak. He said, speaking at the Future Investment Initiative Forum in Riyadh, Fahad Al-Mubarak claimed there will be no destruction of the banking system by digital currency like Bitcoins, Ethereum, Dogecoin, and so on. Based on CNBC Indonesia, throughout 2020, this indeed marks the popularity of decentralized finance or DeFi. However, at the same time, many parties were deceived. Even the total loss, according to a study, reached $10.5 billion US. For information, DeFi is a platform where users can borrow and store, which is usually in cryptocurrency. This way out of the traditional financial guard, such as banks. Proponent of DeFi says that this technology is cheap. Besides, it is also more efficient to access financial service. The popularity of DeFi is a sign of the high interest in cryptocurrencies. Many investors are attracted by this technology that promise high investment return. But as usual, when something becomes popular, it is often followed by a lot of crimes there. London-based blockchain analytic firm Elliptic revealed crime thrives in largely unregulated sector. Record crime loss due to DeFi reached $12 billion US. Elliptic reports back in the code and design flaw that allow criminals to target DeFi. Deep liquidity also allows criminals to make their crimes leave little trace. Even fraud in the DeFi platform is also common. Decentralized apps are designed to be untrustworthy because they remove third-party control of user funds, said Tom Robinson of Elliptic. But you still have to trust that the protocol makers may not have made a mistake or devised a mistake that could have caused the funds to disappear. Reuters wrote that DeFi platforms said they were taking steps to improve security. This ranged from hiring external companies to add code for vulnerabilities, to maintaining the keys and password needed to access user wallets in a secure environment. One of the biggest crimes that happened on DeFi platform was in August that happened to Poly Network. The site was successfully hacked and cryptocurrency worth $610 billion US were stolen. Although in the end, the hackers returned almost all of the stolen money. I think this is the main reason why banks are better than crypto, because of course, the most important thing about saving money is security. And banks really guarantee the safety of their customer, because it makes no sense if you want to invest, but again, you can't even guarantee whether the investment is safe or not. It is like suicide, isn't it? Or already know there is a chasm ahead, but you keep going. Or also not as terobos aja lah. It is so ridiculous, right? That is not totally safe, man. And let me summarize my point, that I definitely agree with the motion that this House believes centralized monetary system or bank is the best system than the decentralized monetary system or cryptocurrency. Thank you.
To open the case of closing opposition, I welcome the member of opposition.
Okay. Decentralized money is the future. People has been using traditional banks for decades, and we all know that all of the complication to get through to be one of the bank client, you will need to have certain citizenship to make a bank account. This criteria is the first and major reason few investors lower their intention to participate in the market in the very first place. We acknowledge the term decentralized is new for the people, but we believe it is how we effectively help all of the actors in the debate, including the poor, government, rich people, to achieve the welfare in the very first place. Our burden of proof is that first, what is the current economy market? Secondly, why the efficiency occur on our side? And thirdly, how to maintain value of the money and people richness, ladies and gentlemen. So, before I go to my argument, I will give some clarification for the government bench. So, the government only say that instability of our system, but they didn't actually describe the stability and the matrix itself, ladies and gentlemen. How it is not unstable in the very first place. I believe they only put their analysis based on assumptions. So let me just clarify this instability by their side. So we are aware there are some ups and downs of the value in the decentralized system, but it happens due to the dynamic trading situation, ladies and gentlemen, not the system itself. People actually do it for exactly or earning money, but we believe when people change the system wholly to the decentralized people, for example, to the cryptocurrency, it will find an equilibrium of the market itself, ladies and gentlemen, because it is how supply and demand works, ladies and gentlemen, because it is more competitive when you have more users on the market itself, ladies and gentlemen. What we can see that the government bench actually didn't prove that instability in the very first place. They didn't describe the supply and the demand. So some appreciation for the opening bands over our side. We appreciate on our opening bands explaining the inflation system, but the opening bands didn't give a clear scenario on how this inflation directly impact to each individual, ladies and gentlemen, or AKA the poor, which is the concern of the government side in the very first place. So for this, we open our case. First argument, the diminishing value of money. First layer, in centralized money scenario, people nowadays are tempted to keep their money in the bank because the traditional narrative that exposed the bank as the safest, profitable, stable monetary system. However, on our scenario, we are looking on wide economic metrics like simple logic. If you put certain extrinsic value on the bank money, the value will still the same nominally, ladies and gentlemen. However, it is actually decreasing. Why? Because people might tempted on the interest per year, but it only increased on the outside. The fact that inflation that people neglect on this whole debate actually negatively decrease the real value of the money itself that puts in the bank, because the outside world has the product and services price that increase over time, right, ladies and gentlemen? This means $1 today does not mean $1 tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. This is only one of the reasons centralized money is not better off. If the opposition negotiate that government negotiate that centralized bank can help the poor, we say only the rich survive on the centralized bank due to the inflation itself. So, second layer is about the characterization of the decentralized money itself. First, decentralized money does not frame by the national situation, ladies and gentlemen. What truly happening during market crash like COVID-19 today, people has loss of net values of richness. This happened because of national bank crash, national monetary currency trickling down, ladies and gentlemen. Since people put their money on the bank, they got crashed, ladies and gentlemen, which proves centralized money does not provide the same element of decentralized money, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, cryptocurrency is keep increasing, not the money on your bank, ladies and gentlemen. Secondly, the central money distribute more value because it is not affected by any centralized factors like inflation, national income, or whatsoever, ladies and gentlemen. And thirdly, the centralized money is actually more secure. Like how the government side argue how it is not secure, it's actually a cyber thing crime. So we actually want to prove you that it is more easy to steal your wallet rather than your e-wallet, ladies and gentlemen, because you have certain verification during the registration of the e-wallet, ladies and gentlemen. No, thank you. Sorry. So, yeah. Come to my second argument, which is the value efficiencies. First, about the dependency itself. Central's money actually need to look at our industry, right? Our industry is very dynamic. The foreign market is to fluctuate every day, ladies and gentlemen. We understand that the government trying to focus on the profit and loss of the central money in individual entities. But the central's money focus in global market capitalization, ladies and gentlemen. Central's money has a lot of dependency. For example, political issues in Indonesia during president election, congratulations, effectively decrease the value of our currency, ladies and gentlemen. No, thank you. And turns out making Indonesia's debt or obligation even worse. Not only that, any other sensitive news may just lower down the bank investment itself. The dependency is very, very toxic and making people poorer in the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Secondly, about the decentralized money, right? The value decentralized money is acceptable worldwide. You know, you can use cryptocurrency anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. You may invest on any companies, no thank you, around the world under the same value without high taxes or fees like you use it on central banks, ladies and gentlemen. So, the globalization actually applied the term of free trade. Trade barrier is actually very old-fashioned and not effective. We are going to globalization and having the global citizen, ladies and gentlemen. The global market itself will not appreciate other currency as we have been long using US dollar in trading, right? Therefore, we believe that cryptocurrency can change this kind of fixed currency, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at rupiah that keep the value depreciate compared to US, ladies and gentlemen. It makes a domination in global market for the US. However, using decentralized money, we create a new same opportunity for people to access perfectly competitive market without lowering the value, ladies and gentlemen. And second, about the efficiencies and accessibility of the decentralized money and centralized money. So, centralized money, the government banks might argue the accessibility issue. We say the main issue of accessibility is not the monetary system, ladies and gentlemen. It is not problematic at all. Why it is created if it is problematic, ladies and gentlemen? But it is about the employment rate, ladies and gentlemen. Why people actually cannot have access to money? Because they don't have job, ladies and gentlemen. That's simple, ladies and gentlemen. Not about the system itself, ladies and gentlemen. And it is regrettable to look at the government by saying that by using centralized money, poor people may not have the access to money and cannot be rich, ladies and gentlemen. But why there is so many banks shutting down currently? Why there is still poor people even we are using the central bank, ladies and gentlemen? Therefore, they didn't literate in the economic itself. Thank you.
To close the case of the closing government side, I welcome the government whip.
Ladies and gentlemen, it might give higher return to someone that thinks it's an investation at cryptocurrencies, but it takes higher risk at crypto than saving your assets at centralized monetary system because at traditional banks, it's under government control. So, the high prestige at crypto is accompanied by cybersecurity issues, so instead of advantage, the people who use crypto had lost and stagnant with great values. The main problem is security. If it's safe, of course all countries want to adopting it, but in fact, the only one country that legalized this currency is just El Salvador. Inflation, as our members said, inflation will affect both of centralized or decentralized system, but at centralized it's more stable as explained before. And at decentralized money, not controlled by any government, and it has scalability. Probably the biggest concerns with cryptocurrencies are the problems with scaling that are posed. The centralized monetary system is highly volatile, intangible, exists on a non-regulated 24-hour stock market, and it's uninsured by any authority, all of which appeal to criminal or illegitimate purpose. Meanwhile, centralized monetary system are settlement finality, liquidity, and integrity, are many more safe at centralized monetary system. So we had profit for long-term condition. So the conclude, we do believe that centralized monetary system is better than decentralized monetary system. That's all from me. Thank you.
To close today's debate and to close the opposition bench, I welcome the opposition whip.
Okay, so before I start, I would like to thank Knpi and Knpi for holding such an amazing competition, as well as KNG and all the committees and all the participants. Thank you, everyone. Okay. I'm going to start in 3, 2, 1. We don't think the existence of money only stops at digitally illiterate people not being able to work their way around the advanced technology system, right? We say when we're talking about money, the talk should reach to the point of how to increase value, how do we produce more money, and how, in such a capitalistic world, we would be able to make the best out of it, right? I think the issue of decentralized monetary system that the government bench, frames, such as instability, happens exactly because people are still uninformed and unaware and not well educated on this whole idea of cryptocurrency, right? We say in order for you to be able to not only adapt to the technological advancement, but also how you're able to collectively increase the value of money as a transactional commodity. Why do we think, therefore, there is a necessity for us to adapt to the technological advancement, right? Why do we think a decentralized monetary system is better in an inherently capitalistic world? 3 reasons. First, we say conventional money is contingent upon how many money paper is produced, right? Whereas cryptocurrency does not have a limit, meaning that we're able to reach as much money as we want without having to worry how many trees that we're going to cut in the end of the day. But secondly, I think that there's much more technologically advanced transactional system that would be much more efficient but also effective under our side, right? But thirdly, answering to the government bench's concern about the environment issue, we think, hey, it's environmentally friendly under our side in the end of the day, right? So there's no need to cut down more trees under opposition's world. But next, coming to my external responses, I'm going to break this into 2 parts. First, I'm going to tell you the issues with both opening benches under 2 observations. First, OG comes up to you by saying that creating a balanced monetary system requires proper analysis on many aspects, right? But we think OG is too utopic when they shift their focus only on money from value to basically a shared commodity, right? This is no different from OG running a Marxist extension in the end of the day, right? Because in the end of the day, we think money is not something that you're entitled with. It's something that you have to work basically to work very hard for, right? Secondly, but I think that both benches, weirdly enough, limits the debate so much when the debate should be expanded to many aspects, such as technological adaptability, value, and etc. But secondly, I'm going to dissect government's case for you. They told you 2 things. First, I think that overall, government runs on 2 basic contestants. First, that crypto is unstable and untrustable, and secondly, that crypto is discriminative towards people who are underprivileged, right? I think it's easy to flip this because I think all government benches fails really bad in understanding the whole monetary system. That's not as simplified as how government frames the whole situation. But secondly, now CG brings up a non-exclusive issue of crypto crimes and decentralized monetary system, where every single concern they tell you is highly inexclusive, right? If any, I don't need to tell you, it's easier for me to rob your wallet right now than me to have to hack your computer and steal your e-wallet, right, in the end of the day. But secondly, coming on to my first clash, which side explains the monetary system better? What did OG tell you? First, OG says the monetary system for it to be effective, has to reach the maximum level of accessibility for the people, right? CEO thinks this is a flawed perception and a false understanding on why money exists in the very first place. We don't think that everyone deserves money, right? Especially in the given context of such a capitalistic world. Further, if OG is so worried about poverty people as well as underprivileged people, they need to explain to you why suddenly underprivileged people would have the money to buy stuff under their wealth suddenly, right? But secondly, DPN tells you on the risks of decentralized system. We say monetary system was built under the idea of turbulence, right? Which is what gives it its nature. So we say that if they want to bring up the issue of turbulence, it's inherently inexclusive, so they don't need to talk to you about the turbulence of the monetary system in the end of the day. But okay, let's play in the OG's preferred world where corporate interest is actually that demonic, right? We don't get any analysis coming from either PM or DPM or the closing government on why suddenly people pursuing money is bad in the end of the day, right? when I think it's obvious that capitalism was implemented with the idea that you are not entitled to the transactional commodity. So now coming on to the breaking down CG's case. First, CG's does not really bring any newer perspective except on the idea of security, but I don't think CG's case can run independently, which is why their case is irrelevant in this debate. But secondly, further, I think that even if CG brings up the issue of security by bringing news from Saudi Arabia, I don't even need to tell you that even in Sukajadi, pickpocketing and robbery can also happen, ladies and gentlemen. No, thank you. I think also failed to explain to you a few things in this debate. 4 things. First, when they tell you that limited resources affects the value of conventional money, they don't really tell you about the future consequences it has towards people from underprivileged community. So, because in the end of the day, because it is limited, people from the underprivileged community won't have access to it in the end of the day, right? But secondly, they tell you that currency exchanges within conventional money is very turbulent, which we question because we don't think this issue is properly explained simply because the graveness of the issue is not properly explained by OO, right? No, thank you. We think due to its turbulent nature, it's not explicit under OG's world. It's not, it's not explicit under OO's world, but even so, we say inflation can be handled much more easier simply because, under our side, simply because. But thirdly, we don't understand the importance of OO case on governments being an incapable actor, because to be really honest, money doesn't depend on government, right? We don't get why this contention of idea was suddenly brought up by OO. But lastly, I think despite the LO's attempt to tackle the issue of instability, CO was much more successful in selling the potentials of a decentralized system in the end of the day. So why is CO comparatively better than all of the benches in this debate? 2 reasonings. First, I think the discussion of how a monetary system should be constituted is only explicit under CO's world. My member has brought up much more extended case on the issue of accessibility and value as well, right? But secondly, further, I think CO is the only bench that talks about how a decentralized system would contribute to a faster economical development collectively in the end of the day. No, thank you. Second clash, which side creates a better monetary system? I'm going to break this into 2 parts. First, why is the government bench problematic? First thing, Gov relies on the fact that conventional money already exists and has been constituted for a very long time, which is why a newer system would be too risky. We say this is a cowardly move coming from the government bench, because if they want to deny technology, they have to deny any technological advancements coming in the end of the day, right? But secondly, what is Gov's biggest concern? 4 things. First, monetary crime. Second, accessibility. Third, turbulent system. And fourth, security. I think I've already explained to you many times about how the issues that government bench brings in this debate is highly inexclusive, so there's no need to credit them for the issues that they bring when it also happens under their side, right? How is CO much more successful in explaining these points? First, I think OO was very dismissive in terms of breaking down the understanding of money and its intrinsic values, which should be the biggest contention in this debate, right? But secondly, I think CO was way better in terms of flipping government bench's concern as opposed to OG on how it is inexclusive and etc. So why should CO win first? First, I think it's obvious compared to the other benches that we provide you with more analysis, such as why risk is not a stupid move. If any, it's actually a way to collectively increase value, accessibility, and security overall, right? But secondly, we provide you with a more extensive process analysis in terms of how a commodity is constituted and the inherent nature it brings itself with. So what have CO contributed in this debate? First, I think CO brings forward a tidier process analysis on the context and the relevancy of several aspects of the monetary system, starting from straightening OG's understanding of accessibility as well as OO's understanding of efficiency. We tell you from start how the capitalistic system works and who deserves money in the end of the day. Comparatively, my member has done better at explaining 3 things. First, how this will have an impact to the global market. Secondly, how technological advancement is exclusive under CO's world. And lastly, how those issues that Gov benches frames is not valid and is not exclusive under their side, which is why we're so proud to oppose. Thank you.
Okay, so that is the end of today's rounds, everyone. Okay, I think we will take a break, yeah, Pak, before the announcement. Just carry on? Oh, okay. Thank you, everyone, for your effort. And I'll see you again during the announcement.
Okay. While waiting for the final, so the committee has prepared dinner outside of this room. So I think everyone can just take them right now while we're waiting for the final decisions. Thank you.
I want to start by saying thank you for participating, for debating for 5 rounds. You guys are amazing. So, regardless of all of the decisions, I hope that you will keep on debating, and I hope that you will take what you have in this competition as your stepping stone to become a better debater. Okay? So, without further ado, technical difficulties. Okay, so for the grand final, we talked about which system is better. Is it the centralized monetary system or is it the decentralized monetary system? Okay, let's just go to the best speakers then. Okay, so with the average score of 76.50. Congratulations, Satya Bodhi. Okay, the last but the best. Okay, the first best speaker with the average score of 77. Congratulations, Angeline Ho. Okay, so the main event. Wait, before that, I would like to invite Pak Slamet to distribute the trophies. Pak. For the best speakers, please receive your award. Please. Ya di sini boleh Pak. Oke, dari yang sama itu Pak, dikasih ke yang itu. Dewi, please. Sekalian sama pialanya. Iya, ini aja kasih. Pak, pialanya Pak. Ayo, satu. Yang dua. Okay, congratulations for Angeline. For Dewi. Okay, Satya, please step forward.
Congratulations, Satya. Okay, Angeline, please step forward. Okay, congratulations to all of the best speakers. Makasih, Pak. Okay, so the main round. So debating under the motion, this House believes that centralized monetary system, i.e. traditional banks, is better than decentralized monetary system, i.e. cryptocurrency. So for opening government, we had Y2K pure blobs. For opening opposition, we had agree to disagree. For the closing government, we had ITEBA. And for the closing opposition, we had Molars. Okay. So second runner-up. Ready? Drum roll, please. Okay, congratulations, opening government. Okay, then first runner-up, drum roll, opening opposition. Okay, champion. Congratulations, drum roll please. Closing opposition. Pak Indra boleh Pak untuk memberikan ininya. All winners please. Winners. Okay, so starting from the second runner-up, opening government bench. Okay, give a big round of applause. Okay, so for the first runner-up, opening opposition. Okay, big round of applause for the second runner-up, the first runner-up. Okay, next the champion from the closing opposition side of the house. Okay, give big rounds of applause for the champion. Pak, boleh foto sama semuanya yang juara 1, 2, 3. Can all of the winners can you go take a picture together, Pak? Sekalian, Pak. Yang ini dulu, yang menang dulu, baru ini, baru semuanya. Winners dulu. Bring all of your trophies, please. Yang pemenangnya foto dulu. Di tengah-tengah kali. Jadi 1, 2, 3 di depan semua bareng.
Mine is crazier.
All contestants, please. All contestants. Because they need itu kan. Contestants, please. Mungkin ada yang boleh ini di bawah. Some please sit down. Oh, bapak-bapaknya ya? Oh, oke. Sebentar ya, Pak.
Semua, tangan di kepala semua izin.
Okay, once again, I would like to congratulate and thank everyone for joining. And hopefully I can see you again in the next event, any event. And if you need personal feedback, you can contact me through my personal WhatsApp if you need one.
Okay, thank you. As for now, we're going to have around 15 minutes of break. So as I have mentioned before, dinner is prepared outside. So please, everyone, take your dinners. And while then, we will wait for the certificates. Yeah. So there will be one spot right there later on for the, not for the participant, for the winners. You have already received yours, But as for the audience and the rest, the audience will later on receive your own certificates as well. So we'll have like 15 minutes of break first, so that all the certificates will be ready to be given to all of you. Okay? Is that clear? Around 15 minutes, more or less. Okay, thank you. Sorry, for the certificates, because we haven't printed your names. Yeah, thank you. Later on, after the break, you will have your names, the teams and etc. Yeah. Sertifikatnya aja. Ininya dibawa aja nggak apa-apa. Satu, cuman satu ya? Satunya lagi? Satunya lagi? Satunya lagi kan?
Udah dikasih.
Thank you.
Halangin.